Hello. Hello, mic test. Hello.
afternoon, distinguished Vice Chancellors, respected academicians, honored delegates. I welcome you all to this significant technical session focused on a theme that represents the future of higher education and innovation. जब हम आत्मनिर्भरता, स्वभाषा और सतत विकास जैसे राष्ट्रीय उद्देश्यों की ओर अग्रसर हैं, तब ऐसे शिक्षा संस्थानों की आवश्यकता और भी अधिक महत्वपूर्ण हो जाती है, जो केवल शिक्षा प्रदान न करें, बल्कि भविष्य का निर्माण करें. With this thought, let me introduce the theme of this session, creating artificial intelligence and quantum-enabled higher education institutions. This theme reflects India's vision of a Vikasit Bharat, driven by innovation, knowledge, and global leadership. Because the question is no longer whether institutions will adopt AI and quantum technologies, but how wisely, how ethically, and how strategically they will be embedded into the fabric of higher education. To deliberate upon this important theme, we are privileged to have with us the distinguished scholars, visionary educators, and eminent experts whose insights will undoubtedly inspire and enlighten us today. May I invite on stage Professor H. Sudarshana Rao, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur, Andhra Pradesh, as the chair of this session. Professor Rao is a distinguished academician and a seasoned higher education administrator, known for his significant contributions to academic excellence, quality assurance, and building strong research and innovation ecosystems. His scholarly engagement reflects a sustained commitment to advancing research, fostering innovation-oriented pedagogy, and promoting interdisciplinary academic collaboration. It's our privilege to welcome you, sir. May I invite on stage our next speaker, Professor Vineet Kansal, Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Pune. Professor Kansal is a distinguished academician with extensive experience in computer science and IT education. As an institutional leader, he has focused on developing robust academic frameworks, fostering a research-oriented environment, and strengthening quality assurance mechanisms. So we extend our heartfelt welcome to you. Now may I invite on stage our next speaker, Professor Dr. Praful Kumar Udani, Vice Chancellor, Shankalchand Patel University, Mehsana, Gujarat. Professor Praful Kumar has extensive experience in academic leadership, teaching, and institutional development. As an institutional leader, he has emphasized the development of a student-centric academic environment, the fostering of interdisciplinary collaboration, and the enhancement of research capacity across the disciplines. So we welcome you on the stage. Sir is also the ISRO scientist. May I invite our next thought leader, Mr. Srijan Pal Singh, founder, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Center, New Delhi. Mr. Srijan Pal Singh is a distinguished policy expert, social entrepreneur, and academic practitioner. Sir has professional experience in international and national organizations, including the Boston Consulting Group and the United Nations World Food Program. Sir, it's an honor to have you with us today. We have our next speaker who is joining virtually in place of Mr. Sanjay Jain, Mr. Hemant Bhalla, Regional Manager for Education for India. Hemant brings over 8+ years of experience at the intersection of technology and transformation. He drives go-to-market strategy and user partnership for Google Workspace, Chrome operating system, and Gemini. So we welcome you virtually. May I now request Professor H. Sudarshana Rao to kindly take the session forward.
Our eminent speakers on the dais, Professor Vineet Kansal, Professor Praful Kumar Udani, Professor Srijan Pal Singh, and Sanjay Jain joining virtually. Other distinguished Vice Chancellors, Chairman and Secretary of Association of Indian Universities, Vice Chancellor and Chancellor, the host university, D.Y. Patel University, and all invitees, guests. Good afternoon to all of you. I know it's very difficult after a good lunch to focus on the session. I think we are starting late by almost half an hour. I will still try to conclude the session within the allocated time. And I request each speaker to limit to 8 minutes. And we'll have the balance time of about 7 minutes to our discussion and questions. To set the tone for this particular session, which is titled as AI enabling of AI and quantum empowered higher education institutions. I would like to take a short span of time to present some of the challenges with respect to this particular topic. So the first, I would like to just introduce about my university, Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Anantapur. Just a glance. We run 10 UG programs in engineering and 18 PG programs and 14 doctoral programs. We have on-campus students of 6,264 and our affiliated students of about 1,40,000. 309 faculty in the campus and about 5.9 crores of R&D grants, and our faculty published 3,200 publications in the previous year and 150 patents published. I'm very happy that the recently announced Times of Higher Education India rankings, ACR rankings, JNTU Anantapur stood the #1 position in AP universities. So when you look at AI and quantum-enabled higher education institutes, we are seeing artificial intelligence in the past decade, rather past 5 years, how it has disrupted the society and the current scenario in higher education institutions. And you all aware that with the introduction of anthropic AI, all the IT companies lost about 20% of their share value in just 2-3 days. But on the other hand, if you look at many southern states, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, Telangana, all, most of the students prefer to join computer science and engineering. But with the advent of artificial intelligence, the requirement of coding engineers and the software engineering is disappearing very fast. And the job of 300 engineers is now being handled by 2 people. So this is leading to layoffs in many popular companies, including TCS and Oracle, which they never did these layoffs. So in this scenario, how the higher education institutions have to cope up to enable the students who are studying computer science and allied branches of engineering in very huge number is a big challenge before all the higher education institutions. In Andhra Pradesh, 86% of the graduates pass out are from computer science. So that just briefly gives you an idea of how many computer science engineers are passing out every year. So now quantum is relatively gaining importance in the last 5 years, unlike AI. Particularly if you look at Andhra Pradesh, the Honorable Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh has taken an initiative to establish a Amaravati Quantum Valley at the capital city of Andhra Pradesh, Amaravati. So just 2 weeks back, IBM has launched a 150 qubit quantum computer, the only one in Asia, at Amaravati. So these 2 disruptive technologies, artificial intelligence and quantum, they are going to completely change the scenario of the job market as well as the industry. So it is imperative to meet these challenges. So naturally this has become the mandate that is given by Government of India, Digital India, Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat. These are the initiatives given by the Union government under the leadership of Honorable Narendra Modi ji. And the catalyst, as already pointed out in previous sessions also, is the demographic advantage that India has with respect to youth population. And we need to quickly skill massively the youth cohorts in AI and quantum to drive societal transformation. So the strategic autonomy and national advantage, we need to think of the external pressures, and the threat is being the global competition, particularly the race in artificial intelligence and quantum technologies. And though Indian industry is emerging in that particular aspects, but we are still lagging behind when compared to the global initiatives. So if you look at what are the capability gaps at present in higher education institutions with respect to enabling them into AI and quantum technologies. Many of the public universities in India suffer from grants and funding, and that automatically affects the infrastructural requirements because of the limited advanced laboratories and inadequate computer infrastructure which is needed for both AI and quantum. We need a lot of funding. And the human capital, if you look at, there is a severe shortage of expert faculty in cutting edge and deep tech technologies. And the fragmented curriculum in universities, because universities work in silos, they don't collaborate between each other. And because they work in silos, the curricula is fragmented, and we are failed to integrate the interdisciplinary research, which is very important in the current scenario. This is leading to output deficit, meaning very low volume of world-class publications and patents. And we are also lagging in translational failure, that is the interdisciplinary research, which is very much important in the disruptive technologies. So the Vision 2035 for AI and quantum, the target state of architecture for Indian higher education institutions, I just propose a foundation and the capstone. The foundation being the core mission to build a globally competitive AI and quantum innovation network. And failure-ready education, the future-ready education with the disruptive research and innovation and inclusiveness with social impact is very much necessary throughout the country. If you look at the capstone, the capabilities, outcomes and policy supports, that is the ecosystem, ultimate outcomes and governance wrapper. These three issues are very much to be kept in their places, respective places. I propose two pillars with a dual engine talent strategy. Pillar one, the objective is to build sustained institutional expertise and pedagogical depth. For this, identify and empower the faculty champions for AI and quantum in the universities, enable structured upskilling pathways through specified faculty development programs and massive online open courses. Institutionalize industry sabbaticals for real-world immersion, because sabbaticals are there only in universities, which need to be brought from institutions, industries also into the institution. The second engine, talent attraction and incentives. to establish joint appointments with leading industries and research labs. Instead of universities conducting the appointments alone, they should go for joint appointments with industry, aggressively attract global and diaspora experts in these fields, and design aggressive incentive mechanisms to the expert faculty and the researchers, granting distinct recognition systems to the experts. These are very important. As a pillar 2, the industry collaboration and innovation pipeline. In the phase 1, the sector mapping and co-design, that is a target vectors and alignment engine I am proposing. And in phase 2, joint labs, research and startup pipelines, that's the output we are proposing, for which we need research anchors, commercialization flow, and venture creation are very important steps. So if you look up the self-sustaining loop, which I propose, the human capital engine with talent strategy, the faculty upskilling and diaspora attraction, which creates a critical mass of AI and quantum expertise, which will lead to cutting-edge pedagogy and applied research in universities, causing the commercialization of the patents and IP rights in AI and quantum, which will lead to transitional research and IP creation in universities. This in turn will create deep tech startups, employability, and societal impacts to secure national strategic autonomy without depending on external agencies. This generates institutional prestige and at the same time also generates huge revenue which can be reinvested into this system again for more strengthening of this particular ecosystem. So to conclude, I would propose 3 steps of strategic action for higher education institution leadership. The step 1 is timely infrastructure investments, as we already discussed, policy alignment and autonomy in line with the national education policy and other approaches of our union and state governments, and a coordinated ecosystem action to see that the quantum and AI hybridization into the university system for training the students in those particular areas. Thank you. This will set the tone for the rest of the speakers in this particular session. Thank you very much.
So I now invite Professor Vineet Kansal, Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Pune, to give his presentation. Please give a big round of applause.
Good afternoon. I do not carry a formal presentation, though I'll be talking my thoughts which I gathered over the period of time. And I'll make sure I'm not going to bore you. Post-run session, a challenging session, I understand. First of all, the context which we have is in terms of the challenges which higher educational institutions in the country are facing. And toward the 2 focus domain of artificial intelligence and quantum technology. And when we talk about the quantum communication, quantum computing, quantum communication, and everywhere we keep on adding quantum as a fashion. And so far for artificial intelligence, we keep on adding. It is also the fact when we were doing our graduation engineering in the year of 80s, that was artificial intelligence was one of the course, and we have been doing it. And after now 40 years, 35 years down the line, we are also, talking about artificial intelligence and then to talk about machine learning and then to talk about deep learning and all those things. So what changed? It's the compute. What's changed? The algorithm. What changed? The computing power. What changed? The mindset. What changed? The applications and orientation giving into the larger public domain, the beneficiary of it. That is what all about. And that's why we are talking about, and that's why it is a national mission for the country. Context is we are going to have the AI market by having to have it US dollar of 17 billion by 2027. And it's growing by 25 to 35% annually. And as an estimate, 4,20,000 professionals are working alone into the area of artificial intelligence in the country. That is what the pitch is. And demand for AI talent is also growing by 15% annually. So at the one point of time, we are saying that there is a job cut. We are hearing the news yesterday, day before yesterday also, there was a mass cut. But at the same time, there is a need of IT skilled professionals, quantum ready professionals, but as of now, we are talking about AI professionals much. And when we talk about the intent, the government intent is a strong intent to accelerate, to excel as a country. And for that, the government has given, a reserve for 6,000 crore for quantum mission and 2,000 crore for, AI mission. That is the budgeting which we have it. And the goal for quantum is to reach from 50 to 1,000 qubit quantum, computing technology. That is what the tone is being set for another 7 years down the line. That is what the aim is. When we talk about the startups and industry momentum, so as an estimate, there are 1,000 plus startups alone are working into the area of artificial intelligence, the funding is growing by 3.5 times year of year, and quantum startups are being also funded something around to the tune of 30 crores as of now. And moving fast, $23 million to 350 million by 233 with CAGR of 40.8%. That is what the target is. So that is the overall scenario. Now what is for us as a higher educational institution? And higher educational institutions, when we talk about, we have the variety of higher educational institutions. We have state government educational institutions. We have central government educational institution. We have PPP model like us, the government institutions. We have private players, the established private players, the working very decently into the educational field. So this is the entire landscape of educational systems. Challenges are different. Their working models are very different, though they are working into the umbrella of the mandate of government of India or vis-a-vis the state of respective governments. What is the core common gaps, as Professor Rao was also mentioning, is I look at the lack of deep tech innovation. As a fashion, we are doing startups, we have the innovation centers, a lot of people are working for the innovations, the faculties are working it. But the question mark is, are we working the applications of AI or are we working for creating AI? That is the question we need to ask. So have we created any tool? Are we creating some ML technology or something like that? So that is the first question, that is the first challenge. So we are more of application or applicator of those things. So from that we need to come out. Second is there is a gap of talent and the skills pool. We oftenly talking about this. And this is from last many years we have been talking of this gap. And we talk about, when we talk about the patents and etc., there is a gap of patents. No, patent is a requirement. You see, every institution has a patents. So whereas the design patent, the utility patents, and then you talk about the copyright. So if there is a need, you have a list and there is a numbers of it. But the question is, we need to think of the commercialization of those patents. How many of us are actually working and thinking in the direction of commercialization of those patents and workability of those patents? Having patents is very good. It's a first step, a right step, but we need to go ahead and to think beyond this and to look forward the commercialization of the patents. Third is the infrastructure inequalities. Compute, as Professor Rao was also mentioning, compute is a serious challenges. In the name of computing labs, most of the institutions do have the regular computer labs. Very few which we have the GPU supported labs. And actually, when we talk about the compute powers of quantum technology, that is a big challenge. And what we using it, do we have a national missions and having the national computing facilities, that is a big challenge. So we need to look forward like quick bit kind of things. And then weak industry and academic collaborations. We have industry supported labs in the university and the institutions. There are some courses are being float. There are some internships are also being going. There are all commercial model by and large. But actually the question is, are we working to do some viable innovations, contribution to the existing body of this knowledge of AI and quantum technology through these collaborations where a bright and young mind of the colleges or the universities and the technology available with the industry are working together as a center of excellence. Then probably we should need to look at a roadmap for 10 years down the lines. We have a Viksit Bharat, mission, a challenge for all of us, and we need to, do in our bit to achieve this 2047 Viksit Bharat. So for this, AI in all degree programs as a mandate. Whether we are teaching maths, chemistry, psychology, economics, any walk of field, do we have the AI? We need to look in that dimension. And then interdisciplinary approach. We are talking about the physics and then AI, physics and then the quantum technology. That we need to look at. Economics and the mathematics and the algorithms. We need to think beyond the boundaries, rather than just going through the course and assessing it and evaluating it in a good grade and then look for the job. Because our youth is looking for a job. And how many of us are actually looking forward, some 2% of it or 3% of it or 1% of it who are actually creating knowledge. Using an application of knowledge is very good. And then industry co-founded labs and natural cloud computing labs. Probably, as I was mentioning, Quiskit is one of the examples we need to look forward. This is a very noble mission. I'm sure you are aware of it. It's an open source Python-based software development kits, which are open for building, simulating, creating, running quantum-based algorithms in a simulated environment. So we need to shake hands with those infrastructure. We need to look forward beyond the boundaries of the college and the curriculum. And some focus, some element of the students of our graduating, post-graduating segment need to work in hands. The faculty and the students, faculty of our universities and the faculty of other universities, we should have a collaborative approach and look forward, to work for the nation to grow and to country as a grow and to achieve this 2047 Viksit Bharat. And that is what I would like to share with all of you. Thank you very much, and we'll take forward the questions. Thank you.
Now I have a great pleasure in inviting Professor Dr. Praful Kumar Udani, Vice Chancellor, Shankalchand Patel University, Gujarat, to deliver his address.
Good afternoon, everybody. AIU President, Professor Vinay Pathak, Secretary General, Pankaj Patel, Professor Rao, all university leadership. I am representing a university in a third-tier city, Visnagar. For a small university in a third-tier city, you have given opportunity. I appreciate and thank you very much. From where our AI story started, definitely any initiative from our Honorable Prime Minister or PM office will catch the eyeballs of the entire world. We had a successful summit, AI summit in February 2026. What India has demonstrated, entire world has seen from academia, from industry, from startup, and what is in store for next 5 years or next 10 years was also communicated very clearly during that event. But actually for you and me, when Niti Aayog came out with a document, policy document in 2018, that was the real beginning of a national strategy for AI development in India. and immediately it was followed up by the AICT, and they prepared a BTech program in AI and data science. And most of the university authority adopted it. Lacunas were there, but anyway, adopted it. And probably as of today, second batch would be out as per the curriculum promoted by the AICT. Another big milestone, and what we have to do, the policy document has made very clear, strategy policy document of Niti Aayog. Government has done enough. Compute power we have, models we have, data we have, everything we have. That is from government side. The next document from Niti Aayog, what we have to do, a guidebook is prepared by them for academia. These are the pillars of the AI mission. As I said, compute power is available. In a summit it was announced 38,000 GPUs are available, so there is no shortage of computing power. At the same time also it was announced 20,000 more GPU would be there on Indian soil. Data sets are available, 10,000 plus data sets are available. Models are available, or Indian models are available, 230 plus models are available. Applications are also across 20 sectors, organizations, startups, everything. Finance is also available. And detail is available in a portal which is designed by our own people, AI course. This is the document for us. Previous document was for government, they have done it. This document is for us, for industry, for academia, and for startup. What is required for the next 10 years, starting from 2026 to 2035, is very clearly mentioned. We require 4 million experts. Maybe may not be all freshers. 9 millions are already in job in AI sector. Plus reskilling, fresh talent pool, but not in a database or Oracle or computer programming. Now demand is AI engineers are required, people are required who will develop AI agent. They can do the GPU programming, CUDA programming, data scientists. This is the talent pool. Though things are moving in a LLM direction, but everybody cannot be expert in LLM. It's not cup of tea for everybody. But everybody can definitely design AI agent for a small task. That is the requirement of India. And India only can meet the requirement of the entire world. That is what projected by our think tank. We can have AI factories in India, and people will be developing AI agent, and that can be consumed across the world. As of today, things are popular, but we are consumer of the technology any day, any other day. All ChatGPT models used as a consumer across world, 50 crore. 10 crores are from India. So as of today, we are consumer of the technology which is built by the LLM people. But where we have to go? LLM is a brain, has no hand. Agent is brain also and hand also. And we have a demography, we have a developer, and we have data. That's what India need to demonstrate, and that is what documented very clearly in Niti Aayog document. But that depends upon what is our requirement. 15 sectors they have touched upon. University leadership, academia, industry, we have to take a call. Where is my expertise? In my case, we have 4 hospitals: medical hospital, dental hospital, Ayurveda hospital, homeopathy hospital. Right from COVID days, we have a lot of data. So one vertical we have selected is healthcare for development of AI agent. Education data is available with everybody. So that can be the second choice, how we can develop AI agent for education, which can be consumed, may not be by advanced economy, but whatever we can do. There is equal population in Africa, Sri Lanka, Philippines, this sector. Whatever we do here, definitely there are takers, there are buyers across the globe. And we have those kind of talent available. As I said, we have a monopoly of data, we have monopoly of developer, and we have a monopoly of a demography. Definitely what we can do in Indian soil would be applicable to the African countries also, and great hope and great opportunity. So as I said, at university, we have taken a decision, we will be developing a AI agent for 4 different verticals. Lot of data we have in medical science, lot of data education everybody is having. And agriculture sector is a perennial sector for India and across many geographies. So that is another sector, and where we are located in North Gujarat is not an industrialized zone. 4 or 5 districts of North Gujarat, soil problems are there, groundwater problems are there, spatial variations in a rainfall is also there. So we have selected another sector is agriculture, and last one is infrastructure. So these are the 4 verticals we have selected where we will be developing a agent. As of today, most of the universities' balance sheets are healthy. 100 crore, 200 crore, 400 crore. A 2 GPU system is not a difficult task to finance for any university. A 2 GPU system will be costing entire thing put together not more than 2 crore. So you require a 2 GPU, 1 server, Dell server or HP server, and your system is ready. A 2 GPU system, you can do the development of a model up to 70 billion parameter. We have selected model, even we are not going 70 billion parameter. We have selected few models, Llama 3 billion parameter, Llama 13 billion parameter, Queen another model, and one is a Mistra for agriculture purposes. So these are the system which can be implemented by any university. That is not a great task. When you buy 2 GPU system, entire NVIDIA software stack is available to you. How models are developed, that is been decided by the PyTorch and TensorFlow. How model can be efficiently run, entire architecture is available. Just like in a ring master, everybody is to be coordinated. So that kind of a facility is also available in Kubernetes, OS for AI infrastructure. So everything is available. Now depending upon your capability and what is required in the neighborhood, we can take a call. As I said, 2 crore rupees investment for any university vice chancellor is not a big thing. Definitely everybody can do it. So this is the structure to start with, and we have done the start in 4 different areas. Llama, as I said, Mistral, as I said, and Queen, as I said. These are the areas where we will be developing AI model, and definitely everything cannot be done in-house. We are open. Just I was discussing with the senior professors, vice chancellor, madam is sitting in the audience. VIT, SRM, big brand. Compared to them, we are not up to that level. Why cannot collaborate? Right now, I am focusing on a database development only. First 6 months will be database development only. After 6 months, we will be parallelly working on. If a doctor does not know anatomy and physiology of a patient, he is not doctor. So all the models which are small language models, first target is parallelly database development will start. Other team will do the entire post-mortem anatomy and physiology of the data model. Whether it is 3 billion parameter, 70 billion parameter, 13 billion parameter, 8 billion parameter, 4 models within a 2 years time frame, our faculty team will have entire anatomy and physiology perfectly known. Once model is perfectly known, you have a supremacy of data, the kind of wonder you can do, you cannot imagine. We may not be selling those kind of product as university officers, but there are many universities across the India, many institutions across the India, in Africa. Why those kind of a learning material under startup ecosystem we cannot sell across the globe. So that is the target at university, and what I am thinking probably many more
conclude,
also do it. So these are the kind of a programs we have designed. One is a certificate kind of program which is true for everybody. As I said, AICT model, we have tweeted, we have slightly changed it. In AICT model, all simple thing was embedded. We have changed it. An entire NVIDIA stack we have included, AI agent development we have included, and our program is running successfully fine. There are 3 different sectors we have targeted. Low skill, which is annotation. Without annotated data, no model can work perfectly fine. So that is first requirement. Large scale jobs, and then LLM operation, RAG engine. Middle tier is a medium scale, where models are to be tested, validated, and then it to be certified. In AI agent development, that is the middle skill work. High skill work which is required at the Google or IBM, that probably will not produce. These are the exceptional bright mind they will do on their own. So university will do only low skill, medium skill, high skill is exceptional. They will do on their own. Few more slides. This is what I was referring. A BSc student have joined after their skill in data annotation, labeling, RAG engine, and they are handsomely paid an initial startup, initial salary. To push the technology further, now we have taken a decision. Every year we will be having a conference of AI and data science. And this is the framework, probably whatever I have done the job, that can be the guideline for many. You require a framework, so framework I have mentioned, that will do the workflow management for everybody. SLM I have given, 3-4 SLM I have targeted. NVIDIA hardware, as I said, 2 crore rupees, everybody can purchase it, not a big task, not a big job also. And as things are possible, what I have written on the right side, anything in a classroom is an easy task. You can use ChatGPT, you can use any kind of LLM model. In classroom is easy task. Putting practice of AI in a governance and university administration is slightly a complex task. But much deeper complex task is investment, faculty development, research and development, and as I said, AI agent development. So these are the data available with all the universities. I have given just like when we design a curriculum, we have a concept of a textbook and reference book. So our textbook will be SLM Llama and reference book also mentioned. According to this, we will be having a AI model for education. This is RAG engine. Anyway, details I cannot discuss because of the time constraint Rao Saab has given. This is the healthcare. A MTech student in healthcare has done wonderful job. I have not taken here the work of a PhD student, and that is the retina scan. From retina scan, how it is possible to identify diabetes easy. How to identify heart attack is also easy. But from retina scan to identify Parkinson's disease, other kind of a disease, a complicated task, but our students are doing the job. Another issue, even at the higher scale, rainfall, what would be the rainfall? Everybody is talking about. But we are concentrating on what would be the rainfall intensity. This kind of research is nowhere done across the world. What would be your rainfall for 4 months? That is the monsoon season. Everybody has certain idea.
Sir, please
but what
conclude,
would be
Professor.
the intensity? Anyway, I'll
Please
stop here.
conclude.
Just one last line.
Two more speakers are there.
Oh, fine. Thank you very much. Time was short.
So I request Mr. Srijan Pal Singh, founder, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Center, New Delhi, to share his thoughts.
Thank you, Professor Rao. Let me begin by my greetings to the Honorable President of AIU, Professor Vinay Kumar Patel ji, the General Secretary, Dr. Pankaj ji, and of course all the members of AIU. This is the 100th conference, so Shatak Pura hua, and it's only befitting that it happens under the visionary leadership of Professor Patel ji, because I've known him for more than a decade now, and I would call him a teacher of teachers. So it's only befitting that it happens under your leadership. Shatak आपकी नेतृत्व में पूरा होता है, ये befitting है. He's a man of great vision, very high visions. He's a person who's untiring doer and also somebody who's a promoter of great ideas. So fabulous. I also, my greetings to DPU, my greetings to our fellow panelists, the chair of the session, Professor Sudarshan ji, Professor Kansal ji. I've known him again for many, many years from Lucknow days. In fact, even before that, Professor Praful Kumar ji and our other members were joining from Google. Dear friends, I'm going to talk to you about a practical application of AI in education. That's the title. AI in higher education institutions and quantum in higher education institutions. And so let me begin that journey by telling you how important it is to be futuristic and think in a new dimension. नए आयाम और नई सोच के साथ शिक्षा क्यों चलनी चाहिए? क्योंकि शिक्षा से जो आवश्यकता है, जो एक्सपेक्टेशन है, वो बदल चुकी है. 85% ऑफ करियर्स जो एग्जिस्ट करेंगे 2030 में, यानी महज 4 साल बाद, हर 20 में से 17 जॉब्स ऐसी होगी जो आज एग्जिस्ट नहीं करती. We don't know. So a BTech student entering today in 2026 will probably find a job which you don't know it exists right now. है ही नहीं वो job, लेकिन 4 साल में बन जाएगी. So we have to be futuristic and we have to be agile, and that is the essence of what I'm going to talk to you today about. The other thing I want to talk to you today about is that education, and we are investing heavily now. Professor Kansal talked about, Dr. Rao talked about, Professor Praful Kumar also talked about, and
investing so heavily in research and education in general in this nation. How can we solve the problems which we face through the investments which we make in education? How can we overcome the challenges India faces through the investments we make in our colleges and universities or even schools? That is the question to answer. The answer to this question is not in aping what some Western companies doing. It may be good, but it may also not be what you need. So you have to look at from your own critical eyes whether this suits me, whether this solves my challenge, and how can I indigenize it. That is extremely important. The journey of India has changed. The India which I was born in 1980s is different from the India I grew up in 1990s, the 2000s, and today. A degree orientation is now a skill orientation. Content delivery is now experiential learning. I'll show you in action how we do that. Teaching institutions are now research ecosystems, and IT services are now AI driven. And that's the reason why the stocks are falling, because they're IT driven, not AI driven. Job seeking is job creating. Gig economy is the new word, which everybody has to follow. Basic literacy is now multidisciplinary. Enrollment is now learning outcomes. And land, labor, capital, we often say demographic dividend. That's labor. That means nothing until you are an innovation-based system. If the young people do not know the skills of tomorrow, they become a liability. Let's admit it, they do. That's an honest admission we need to make, and our job is to not make it happen. We have to avoid this. And from a survival economy, which I grew up in 1990s, we are now an intelligence economy. So the challenges are different. And hence what worked yesterday will not work today, and will definitely fail tomorrow. Dr. Kalam and I had the privilege to co-author the last book of Dr. Kalam, which came in 2015 November, after he had passed away. The publication took a bit more time. This book was called Advantage India. In this, we did a painstaking research in 2015 on finding something which we call the half-life of knowledge. Half-life of knowledge, anyone in chemistry, basic chemistry, is whatever you know today, kitne saal ya kitne mahine lagenge ki it becomes half useful, yani half will become obsolete or outdated or has to be replaced by something new. How much time it takes for that half-life? So Dr. Kalam and I, we went around asking a lot of experts, we did some our own modeling, and we came out, can you guess how much in 2015? Now some of you might know it because I've done this in the past. So those who are first time, can you guess how much time it took? Half-life of knowledge in 2015 was, you have to take guesses. Anyone? Just raise your hand. It's okay. It's okay to get a wrong answer. Not a problem. 5 years. That's a good way. Okay. Less than that. Now take the second guess. 1 year. Slightly more than that. 3.5 years. Now you've gone other side. Okay. 1.5 years is closer, but it's slightly less than that. So more than one year, less than 1.5 years. Now you know where to hit. Okay. Let's talk in months then. Okay. How much? Next guess. 15 months, you're closer, slightly less. 14, slightly less, now you got the answer. 13 months, right? So 13 months it would take in 2015 for anything, cutting edge of knowledge, to become obsolete, half of it, right? Now I'm revising this book. How much do you think takes now? And we're talking about cutting edge, we're not talking about history and geography, that remains, mountains will remain where they are. But the cutting edge of knowledge is the uski half life is समय कितनी होगी? Can you guess? Now. 6 months, slightly less. 3 months, slightly more. More 3 say. 4 months. 4 months. Okay. 4 months, which means every 1 year, 3 cycles of half life will happen. Which means 4 months, 50% gone, 75% gone, and by the end of the year, 87.5% is redundant. 12.5% will remain useful, everything else is bekar. How can we teach in ways of yesterday, today? It's over. So that reform we need. And those are the barriers we need to break through. How do we make, and we can use AI for a lot of things, and I'll show you some of them, of course, in the limited time we have. How do we make language not a barrier? मैं हिंदी बोलूँ, इंग्लिश बोलूँ, मराठी में बोलूँ, it should not be a barrier at all. Affordable कैसे रखें आप उसको? हम leapfrog कर रहे हैं, हमें उसको high income के लिए नहीं, all income के लिए रखना है. Any subject, any context has to be local. Anywhere, everywhere should be available. Interactive होना चाहिए. और iterative होना चाहिए और personal learning partner होना चाहिए. These things. How do I use AI to bring this into higher education institution? Now we'll talk about that. I'll skip this slide because we can also skip this slide, but I will not skip this slide because this is the ethos. The highest quality, this is Vision 2020, Dr. Kalam. The highest quality education with value system is not denied to anyone based on economic, social, geographic, linguistic discrimination. How do we do this? Let's do this. तो बातें नहीं करते, करके देखते हैं कुछ, ठीक है? So let's look at what we have done for this. So I represent Kalam Foundation. Started with the vision. And Dr. Kalam, when he was alive, I've worked 7 years with him as an advisor. Lived almost in the same home most of the time. Ate all the lunch, dinner, breakfast together. We traveled together. We wrote 3 books together. And we started this together. But of course, when Dr. Kalam passed away, we took it to a new level. First is, how do we bring in these labs? One of the biggest challenges which we face is that, especially for BSc and those kind of courses which are low fee, is the fact that the lab nobody has. Most people, at least, nobody to nahi kehna chahiye, but most people would not have labs, access to labs. How can we use AI to do this? So what we have done is important. And again, I need to highlight that this vision was started by Professor Patel himself, and that's why I said he's a man of great vision. So at Kanpur University is where we started this project, where we took the most expensive labs, XRD, SEM, TEM, scanning electron microscope, transmission electron microscope, nuclear magnetic resonance, those kind of the most expensive, everything which is beyond 2-3 crores. And we built this entire thing into a small headset. And the headset is a commercially available product, but the software is ours, in Hindi, and you can use your hands and your feet and your head to do any experiment. So you can imagine like 20-25 crore ke jo experiments worth hai are in a single headset, which can go anywhere, any village, anywhere. Doesn't need anything more than basic internet connectivity, which basically you can get from your mobile phone. That's all it needs. And this is the lab, this is what it looks like. This is the inner environment. So you can now, the teacher can basically, it basically takes in the real life data, plugs it into the digital world, and you use your hands and feet to do this experiment, and whatever you do resonates with what happens in the real world, and you get the real world results. So experimentation, in especially like BSc and MSc like courses, could be done using AI, in Hindi, local context, affordable, access anywhere, and the most expensive thing is at your doorstep, as your literally on your head. That's how you can do it. It's a very low cost solution.
Please conclude.
Sir, if I conclude now, we will just completely run out. Okay. Let me come to this part. Similarly, teaching skills of tomorrow, things like hydrogen fuel, which is a technology of tomorrow, completely gamified and a hydrogen production plant, which still does not exist, back then it didn't, where people could train even before a technology comes. So before manufacturing happens, we train. And this is again, available on a VR, available also on a computer, available also on a phone. You can just train yourself there, based on real life data. So I'll take 2 minutes, right? And then I'll finish this, right? You can simulate accidents if you want, whatever else you want. And then something truly, this is something which we're doing with the government of India. This is another one which is, again, we have done it with Kanpur University. We're also now doing it across many other universities, which is the AI for all syllabus. This is for BA, BCom, and BSc, non-technical, sort of non-computer science students, where we are using localized context. So if you watch this course in Etava, you will get Etava's context. So the examples would be local. If you do it in Kanpur, it will talk about Thaggu Ki Laddu. If you do it in Pune, it will talk about something like Shuberi, the biscuits, or something which is local to Pune, in a language which you understand, and gamified. So the biggest problem is that if you learn something without a teacher, then and you go into, say, a chat GPT and try to do it, people get lost. And there's nobody to guide them. So we made an entire replica of all these popular AI tools, which is like a game. So if you make a mistake, it tells you what to do. So that helped. This is a 75-hour curriculum, reached about 150,000 students.
Please close.
And now it's going to reach 1 million students. So right. So I think there are many more things which I could have discussed, but I guess we have run out of time. So this is something which we're also doing for children. We are establishing a very premier future lab across India. We have now done about 12, and the 13th one is coming up in Sarojini Nagar in Delhi, which is going to be the biggest iconic one, where we teach children and teachers of schools, in government schools, about AI and future technology. So this is it. I wish we could have had more time, but and this is Dr. Kalam, he's a teacher. So we can make him, his character, in I Am Shillong, where we started, where he passed away. This is last thing I'm telling you, sir. It was similar hall where he passed away. I was with him 1 meter away. And it was my, it's something very comes from the heart. I wanted to bring him alive on a AI world. So in I Am Shillong, if you go, you can experience his last lecture. You can raise your hand, he'll answer your questions, that kind of a stuff. And it's all on VR, and this is the character of Dr. Kalam. Like that, you can do it with anyone. Thank you for your time. My apologies for extending it.
Now we have Mr. Sanjay Jain, Head of Google for Education for India, on online. He has already joined. So I now invite Mr. Sanjay Jain to deliver his address.
Unfortunately, Sanjay couldn't make it. My name is Hemant Bhalla. I am the regional manager for Google for Education in India. So I have joined. Can everybody hear me? No, I can. Okay. Okay, great. Namaskar, sir. My name is Sanjay, unfortunately couldn't make it because of a family emergency. My name is Hemant. I'm talking for him. Uh, I am the regional manager for Google for Education in India. First off, many congratulations to AIU on completing. It's a big milestone. Congratulations to everybody who's doing on day one. Google's super grateful, right? Despite from AIU, we'd like to give our regards to all the people at AIU and all of the attendees from all of the different universities. Thank you very much. Check, I can kind of hear feedback from my side. You can't hear me, okay? Mhm. So I just, yeah, it seems like people are able to hear me, like, but maybe it's just like a audio issue over there. I'll wait whenever you start. I will. So
Rejoining, huh? He is head of Google. You don't expect a bad bandwidth through him, yeah. Yeah, we'll just wait for 2-3 minutes and then we'll take a call. Yeah, meanwhile, if there are any queries, I think we will spend time. Yeah. Someone has to give the mic. Sir, very pertinent question. You know, now AI totally works on data. Because the efficiency of the AI is totally dependent on the data. So you would already observed what is happening. So the establishment of data centers, huge data centers, Asia's biggest data center at Vizag, Andhra Pradesh. So only a few days back, foundation stone is laid. So now, the cyber security, the data security is very important and proprietary. So for this, yeah, while I was discussing with few data scientists, and they were expecting with the advent of this quantum technology and quantum computing, this data security and ownership will become very effective. That's what they were expecting. And I hope, I mean, research in this particular area is very much essential in view of AI, because now you are seeing how AI is being used for the data chori. You know, everywhere it's happening, and we are not guaranteed that even our accounts, bank accounts, or our transactions are safe with the AI. So I think. Yeah, correct. Health science. Yes. Correct. That is true. No, definitely, sir. Definitely, we will be able to address this issue. I am very sure, because already thought process of this is going on, and using quantum and hybridization of AI with quantum for more security, data security is in the process. I think we will be able to address this challenge.
So I just wanted to add what sir was saying. There's a bill, Personal Data Protection Bill, which is now an act. And it is based around GDPR, which is the European law. And and I worked with the parliament. I gave 4 presentations to the JPC about this particular bill about 3 years ago when it was happening. The biggest challenge is, sir, what you said. What is private data? What is sensitive private data? And what is personal data? There's a difference between a sensitive data, and what you're saying is absolutely correct. Medical data is sensitive, not just personal. It's personal. Everything which is sensitive is also personal, but everything which is personal is not necessarily sensitive. The problem, the biggest across the world, the biggest data manipulator is a country called China. That's the truth. They hold the biggest bank of DNA across the world. So the DNA data, biggest bank, by far biggest bank is China. All African data, all this data goes to China eventually. And there is a lot of back channel which happens. Medical data, for instance, one of the things which you've allowed in the personal data bill is also the fact that you can anonymize, and for research purpose, anonymize data. And that anonymized data can be taken away. There was a huge contention when the bill was happening, whether to do it or not to do it. So as of now, we are sort of 65 marks out of 100 in terms of data protection. The problem is not just in terms of law, but how many of us know the law? How many of us fall prey without knowing what is my right? We don't know that.
It's not only about the law, it's about the technology also, how to protect the data. That is also very important.
So lacuna happens because nobody's been penalized. So in fact, one company was penalized. It's a very famous, I'll not take the name, a very famous Indian consumer electronic brand was penalized.
Correct.
But it's not happening as viciously as it should happen. The rigor is not.
We'll allow second question. A mic, please.
Sir, myself is Professor Raitsan Sharma from Assam. I have come from as a Vice Chancellor of a sports university.
Oh.
And as of all, you know that in last few years, particularly you can say last 5 to 10 years, Government of India has given much stress on sports, and Prime Minister of India has initiated establishment of sports university. And as of now, India has got around 10 sports university, and much emphasis has been given for 2036 Olympic in sports in India. So my question is that one, since now it is a paradigm shift of sports, from the sports institute to sports universities, from physical education to diversified areas of sports super specialty. So is there any possibility or is there any room that AI can be associated with sports science, or can we go for some AI course which should be fit in the sports science either in the undergraduate or in postgraduate degrees? Thank you.
Okay.
So there are solutions which I have seen in many places, and I will include yoga also as a form of something which you're saying. So there are AI solutions which can check your posture. So you can do yoga with the AI solution, and it will check your posture. It will give you whether you're doing it right or wrong. The same kind of an AI solution is used in bowling action, in a lot of cricket and other sports where any action can be predicted using AI. That solution is there. A lot has to be done, and a lot of it has to be Indianized. The indigenization is not there yet. So all of these solutions I've seen mostly abroad, not in India, where you can perform in front of a AI. You can do even yoga. You can do yoga, and it has a camera, and it tests your limb movement, and it matches it against what should be a standard movement based on your height and based on your body structure. So all that is there. And what you're saying is a brilliant thing, sir. If we can also indigenize using Indian sports also, why not have kabaddi and kho-kho also? What can AI do for that also? Not just cricket. So I think it's a good solution. Sir. I love your way of, the line of thinking which you're going. But I think a good collaboration would be something like, if IIIT and you can collaborate and build something of that sort, that would be a fantastic thing to do.
First point is, I think it's a matter of awareness. And sports is definitely very, very scientific these days. And so the sports player, they do a lot of practice. But the practice they do in a scientific manner, simulated manner, and learn out of that would be a fantastic idea. So the first say and the response would be, they need to be exposed, not to theory, what is AI, but how this AI works for them. And then, it comes to developing models onto it. So I think that should be the starting of this thing. And when we're talking about Professor Pawar, point of view of privacy, so I think my take is, no matter how much you make the rules and regulations, but if technology is not yours, then it won't work at the end of the day. Some cranky would come and say that, hey, this is my rule and you have to follow it. And then you say, oh, we have to follow it.
Yeah.
So I think we need to take small baby steps and to reach out. And we have our own technology. And then we talk about, all these privacy and all those issues.
Loss will come.
We keep on making rules and there is no privacy actually. Yeah.
Sir, regarding
Technology is very important.
I'm Dr. Jairaj, Pro-Chancellor of BLT University. My question is, creating a quantum-enabled education institutions for systems and processes is excellent, and we can't escape it. But the main threat of AI to HEI is research. Already a lot of plagiarism, a lot of using of ChatGPT and Gemini and all already happened. But if it go unchecked, then the question of what is real research, what is the research based on the artificial intelligence will be a question. So I think we should always have a backup as to how best we can use AI to find out what is real research and what is the AI based research.
Now, sir, AI tools are available even for that purpose also. The AI tools will identify which is original research and which is copied research. Anyhow, we'll discuss. Now the speaker has joined online, so we'll try to listen him.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Can everyone hear me online? Okay. All right. Check. What is the volume? Okay. Fantastic. But thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Hemant. I am the regional manager in India. Uh, sorry, is there still an issue? It seems like an audio issue because I am getting messages. Everything is everything's like people can hear it on. It's worsened now. Okay. Maybe I'll try to speak a little bit slowly and then we'll see if things are working. I've got a demo. I've got a demo. There is yes, I've got a demo. Not a, it's a it's a live demo. So maybe we'll do one thing. With one more try. Yeah. Can you all hear me now? No? Yeah. Maybe we can just switch to the I'll try to fix them. I'll again try to work with it.
Right. Now the quantum mission is started. Now the days are changing. That much time is not there. Now all industries are revamping by using AI tools or quantum tools. If you don't catch the train by our faculty and our student, the developed countries, they will come and they will, that particular journey they will catch. What is your experts' comment on this? Because now the journey is not, we don't took that much journey what we have done in smartphones and internet.
No, that's what all the experts have presented, sir. Because still we are lagging behind. Even now, we are only using AI tools. Most of the time, our work is on AI tools utilization and prompt engineering. But we are not really doing the original research on artificial intelligence. We are not creating the tools. We are not generating the AI agents and the softwares. So there we are again depending upon the external agencies.
Not only tools, okay, but even by using the tools, can we solve our industry problems by our team of members?
No, that's what I am saying. When you are using AI tools, your self-independence, Atmanirbhar Bharat is still questionable. Definitely you can solve some of the industry problems, some of the issues, there is no doubt about it. But what enabling higher education institutions towards AI and quantum is that you pointed out that we should not miss the train. Yeah. If we just use the applications, then it is not worth of IP. So if you want to develop the rights, property, IP on AI or quantum, our research should be in the original domain. That is very important, and for that we have proposed some of the action plans in this particular session. Your question is very pertinent.
But most of our mindset is we don't apply knowledge into reality immediately.
Yeah,
First we'll get the knowledge, then we, but now that is not the journey, we have to change our mindset. That's what my submission.
yeah, correct. I think there is a problem with the speaker's internet connectivity. Yeah, one last question. Okay.
First of all, I must congratulate AIU to include this quantum world in this because last year 2025 was a 100 year of quantum.
Yeah.
We have celebrated. Quantum started in 1925 when this AIU started initially in 1926. There's a coincidence.
Yeah.
But only one thing I want to add: quantum is really very difficult and challenging for all of us. Most of us, most of the time, all of you have discussed AI, and the biggest challenge that we will face, quantum even is not in the curriculum right now, even with a few chapters or something in physics. So it's a really
in Andhra Pradesh, the quantum has been included into the curriculum. Every student, irrespective of the branch of engineering, will study at least 3 credit course on applications of quantum, fundamentals of quantum and its applications. And also, Andhra University in Andhra Pradesh has introduced a BTech course in quantum technology. And also, every university, technological university in Andhra Pradesh, they have started a minor degree program in quantum. With 18 additional credits, a minor degree will be awarded in quantum. So now, introduction of quantum in curriculum is now progressing, sir, but still it has to spread throughout the country.
Actually, I am quantum materialist, so that's why it's my favorite topic from last 20 years. And every day I was saying in the class that one day quantum materials will come. But really it's a challenge when we will have those materials and those things, because all the computers that we are using, basically it is working on classical methods. So the quantum will be entire infrastructure have to be changed, or we should develop some consortium for quantum. And this is also true at half-life of knowledge. You are saying, you told this.
Yes, I'll answer your question.
Yeah.
It's a class.
I am talking about security of the issue, and I believe when quantum enable property will be there, maybe password may not be there, because password may be hacked in few seconds. So there will be a challenge. What will be how will be security of the quantum? It is really a challenge for all of us.
Anyway, I could not complete my presentation, but there was a quantum slides. Say quantum computer is only processor, it's not a classical system. Quantum does not have a memory, does not have a storage, cannot work on its own. You have to have a laser, you have to have microwave, signals, process, networking you cannot do. Conventional computer is everything. Is a I/O, is a memory, is a processor, standard OS, quantum is nothing. Okay, only it is a power of a large scale simulation. So lot of data can be generated through quantum technology, which will fine tune your AI model. But final quantum computing system will be dominated by the classical computers only. When I say computer, I have a processor, I have OS, I have I/O, I have memory, I have networking. Nothing is there in computer. Quantum. Quantum is simply a processor as of today.
Yeah, that may be the present status, sir, but quantum computing is only...
After 10 years it can...
yeah, that's what I'm saying. The present status may be this, but quantum doesn't have only one quantum computing vertical. You have quantum materials are there, quantum sensors are there, quantum communication is there. So there are different verticals of quantum which need to be deeply studied, and we should work on them.
Sir,
I just want to add one more thing, sir. हालांकि this is higher education we're talking about. दिल्ली में सरकारी स्कूल के बच्चे अगले महीने से quantum computing पढ़ेंगे. स्कूल के बच्चे सरकारी स्कूल के. And we have established a quantum computer key simulator. It is the Sarojini Nagar thing, which I'm 1,000 square feet of area, where one of the subjects is quantum computing and quantum telecommunication, and they can use it in the VR. They can assemble those, those quantum qubits which you have to assemble. All that they will do. And these are kids, and these are government school kids, and they will learn it in Hindi.
Fine.
sir,
You can do that.
hello, sir. This is Professor V.V. Subbarao, sir. Vice Chancellor, JNTU GV, Vijayanagaram, sir. The title of the session is enabling quantum enabled higher educations. For higher educational institutions bringing awareness on quantum computing, you said establishing the laboratories are very expensive. It's difficult to establish. Are there any virtual labs are available on quantum computing?
Sir, I said in my session, QuizKit is one of the example. Open source freeware, software development kit. It is for quantum algorithms to simulate, to execute, to optimize, to run it. So this is one example developed by IBM. There are many other examples, and you can, try your hands into it.
Are they available open source?
I'll answer. QPy AI is promoted by the National Quantum Mission. They have 25-bit computing system available, and you can have a cloud access also. They will provide teaching services also. IBM cloud services also available. Google cloud service also available for quantum technology. Cloud services are available. On-premise is very difficult as of today. Will require a 50 crore rupees of investment minimum.
Yeah,
and now, under National Quantum Mission, our Honorable Prime Minister has established NQM, we all know. So 120 institutions throughout the country have been given funding to establish UG level quantum labs.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Labs. I think we have exceeded the time. Yeah, you can have any discussion with the experts during the tea time, because we have crossed the time quite 15 minutes running late. So now we are coming down, we'll have a discussion. So thank you very much all the experts for sticking on to the time limits.
Yes. Thank you, the esteemed panel members. The insightful discussion of our esteemed speakers highlighted how artificial intelligence and quantum technologies are poised to transform our universities into centers of innovation, research, and global excellence. As we come to the close of this insightful session, I would like to extend sincere thanks to our esteemed panel members for leading the session with such a poise and clarity, ensuring such meaningful deliberations. Thank you, sir. As a token of appreciation and respect, we'd like to felicitate our distinguished speakers. May I request Dr. N.J. Pawar, sir, the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Dr. D.Y. Patel Vidyapeeth, to grace the stage for the felicitation. I also request Pankaj Patel, ma'am, Secretary of AIU, to please be on the stage. May I request Dr. N.J. Pawar, sir, to felicitate the chair of the session, Professor H. Sudarshana Rao. Next we have is our speaker, Professor Vineet Kansal, sir, Director, Indian Institute of Information Technology, Pune. I request sir and ma'am to felicitate Vineet Kansal, sir. Next is the felicitation of Dr. Praful Kumar Udani, the Vice Chancellor, Shankalchand Patel University, Mehsana, Gujarat. Our next felicitation is for Mr. Srujan Pal Singh, founder, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Center, New Delhi. Thank you, dignitaries, for gracing the stage and making the session enriching with your expertise. Can we have a big round of applause for the entire panelists? Thank you, sir. There are two important announcements for the delegates. Today's dinner will be served at your respective hotels. I repeat, today's dinner will be served at your respective hotels. And the second announcement is that tomorrow's session for the entire day is arranged at the Dental College Auditorium, 4th floor, followed by the lunch at the Vidyapit Terrace. Tomorrow's session for the entire day is arranged at the Dental College Auditorium, 4th floor, followed by lunch at the terrace Vidyapit Terrace. Moving further, I invite the supporting partners and sponsors for an engaging interaction and exchange of ideas. First and foremost, let me invite FIBE Shakti Prasad Menon as Chief Distributor Officer, BNPL. At FIBE, Shakti leads the commercial vision behind purpose-driven financing, scaling partnerships across education, healthcare, travel, and beyond to make credit accessible at India's most important life moments. I invite Shakti Menon.
Good evening. Thank you for the introduction, and congratulations to the association for the 100th year. And it's privilege to be here in this part when the century is being hit. So with that on the note, I start with a humble pranams for all the teachers and educators here. So I'll take a quick 10 to 15 minutes to introduce what we do as an organization and how do we think the bridge could be brought together for education and what we do. I'll definitely pick few trivias from what happened in the previous discussion too, because the previous discussion was more about how do we enrich education. So a lot of discussion happening on enriching education with AI and automations, and how can we bridge these two things. Before I get into that, I'll just open this with a very interesting statistics. Since a lot of people are out there to grab chai, I'll just try to answer this question myself if I don't get an answer in 5 seconds. But how or what do you think is the number of students that drop off every year because there is a constraint of a fee payment? Any guess from this group or maybe any guess, guys? Yeah, of course, the largest number being 32. So the right answer, of course, the number is 32, and that's a pretty obsolete. If you see the footnote, it's from the time 2 years ago because there's no statistics happened after that. So with the current rate of growth, we can estimate that half a 5 million odd students are not being able to pay fee or are being dropped out of the college because of the fee constraints. And that's where it leads to these questions where if there is an opportunity not there, we are leaving a doctor who is supposed to be a doctor or a lawyer who could have altered the laws, or an engineer or an entrepreneur is not being built. So these are the questions that are earmarked. And when we stumble upon this, I would like to take or look into a statement which was very startling from the previous session where Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam's quoted, where we quoted that, no student should be left out of education because of the economic, social, or the place he or she belongs to. Also, Professor was mentioning about the university from a tier 3 city in the country. So what we have seen is that a lot of facilities or a lot of privileges are provided or to a certain set of students or a certain set of universities. But when we look at it as a whole, there is more than 1,000 university under this association and then different more. But all the universities are not getting out, all the facilities are not being given to all the universities. So that's where I think I want to introduce my company, Five, where what we do is purpose-driven financing. We finance certain cohorts of use cases like education, healthcare, travel, solar, and consumer. I would want to focus that there are multiple other categories, but what purpose-driven mean is that we drive a purpose. So while we do education, education is one of the purpose that where we enrich or enable the student to complete the education. Or in case of healthcare, we take a lot of pride saying that we work with almost 500 large hospitals in the country where we finance the treatment. So a lot of patients who don't have insurance or short of insurance or doesn't even know what insurance is, we work with them to finance their treatment. But since the topic of the day and we are revolving around education, let me stick to that part. And that's where we work very seamlessly with universities to work on certain things, which is most importantly what happens today is that a lot of students want to pursue education, but the access of credit or access of the fee payment at the point of the decision has not been there. Like when they get a seat or there's a confirmation email that comes from the university, what would end up is that he or she might not be able to get the fee arranged at that point of time. Yes, that would arise to a question that what about the traditional lenders? And that's where I want to connect dot with our previous session, where we are all discussing about where are we leapfrogging to, where are we moving to. A lot of innovation has happened across industries. A lot of innovation is happening in education too, the way we deliver. And in the last 1.5 hours, we saw how AI is being impacted in the curriculum too. But unfortunately, what we have seen is that the education loan system in India is still a bank work, a lot of paperwork. People need to go knock doors or give documents. And the most critical part is that the largest segment of education, which is outside the glamorous MBA or the engineering, is the BComs or the BBAs or the BScs of the world, which is not being financed, or which is where a question of employability arises. So what we want to work along is that rather than looking at the employability, definitely that's something which our algorithms would help us to look into, but we want to look in the merit of the student and help and work with them. If the student is meritorious, if the university wants to work with us, we work with these universities and students to ensure that irrespective of what part of the country...
Sorry to interrupt you. Last 1 minute.
Sure. So irrespective of what part of the country or what kind of course or what size is it, we would like to participate and help the students there. And this is a very self-explanatory thing which I really don't want to ponder for the last 50 seconds. But what we as an organization believe is that while we are all running towards making everything accessible, while we press a button and we get a packet of milk in 10 minutes, I think education should also be democratized, education should also be available and accessible to all. And that's the endeavor that we are working towards as an organization. And I think let's also work together to make that happen. Thank you so much, everybody. Good evening.
I request Dr. N.J. Pawar sir to felicitate Mr. Menon. I request N.J. Pawar sir to felicitate Mr. Menon. Thank you, sir. Next we have is Dexit Global. The speakers are Mr. Sazil Shah, Head of Institutional Partnerships at MySathi, and Mr. Chintan Turki, COO, Dexit Global Limited. Dexit Global is amongst the world's leading players, widely recognized as the second largest in the assessment space. Complementing this is a career launcher, a 30-year-old institution synonymous with the shaping career aspirations and enabling access to quality higher education across the nation. May I request Mr. Sazil Shah and Mr. Chintan Turki to be on the stage?
Thank you so much. A very good evening to everybody. So to begin, what I see is a room full of leaders, of higher education in India and abroad, right? However, I also see curators of tomorrow's higher education. So this is what I see. But सवाल है एक छोटा सा. So while I feel very, very privileged to talk here with Chintan, the question that I have is, in the education in the current format, what has happened in the last 5-10 years, the changes that have gone, we've seen in the past 5-7 years or 10 years, the changes that are happening today and the changes that are going to happen in the future. What we are already able to envision, whether it is the changes brought in by AI or the way the consumer behavior is changing, basically the holographic imagery or metaverse or all the things that will come into education and the changes that will be made. The question is, are we ready for it? Right. Already we see students who are not planning to study in the traditional formats. Students are moving away from the traditional format of education, and we know it. And this is going to impact us and the higher education system and all the stakeholders involved. So the idea, of course, is to stay relevant, and we know it. But staying relevant is not going to be enough. We need to lead this change. And we know that too. So now this session, we are hoping to leave an interesting and relevant thought with you. And this will be our contribution to Viksit Vishwavidyalaya 2047. And we understand that we are standing at a very defining moment. So this is a good evening again from CL Educate, Sazil and Chintan. Now, moving on, the employability gap. We all have talked about it. We know it. 2 दिन से सुन रहा हूँ, and we've heard a lot about it. So I'm not going to read out the numbers. We know 48% graduates are not employable. But this is not just a statistic. This is more of a system signal. Degrees are rising, however, outcomes are not rising. So the main problem or the main solution is whoever solves this problem of employability wins the game of higher education. This is what I believe. Now, let's talk about the stakeholders for a bit and then move on to the solution part of it. So universities are right in the center of the entire stakeholder, the entire ecosystem. So be it students, faculty, parents, leadership, companies, corporates, whoever, right? Let us understand that we universities are right in the center of it. While that is true, and we have to drive the changes that we just talked about, we at CL Educate, whether it is the exit, career launcher, or coming to the new solutions that we are going to talk about, which is MySathi and Talivate, right? This is exactly what we are going to talk about, and we are going to help this entire ecosystem.
Yeah. Thanks, Sazil. I think what Sazil just now narrated is where we are today. And I think in one word, we are talking about Viksit Bharat. As a vision, we have a vision of being Viksit by 2047. But will India be Viksit if the universities are not Viksit? And we believe that universities form the backbone of this entire development which is going to happen
Sorry to
in
interrupt you,
future.
sir. Last 1 minute.
Yeah, sure. So just a quick corollary to what has happened in history. We know banks, and if we know what happened to the banks, and today we don't go to banks for any transaction, and a lot of people sitting in this room, if we really look at us, we were doing all our transactions in banks 20 years back. But today we don't need branches. We have not gone to bank maybe for last 2 to 3 years. So tomorrow, the candidates, the students will ask the same question. Do we really need universities? Do universities in their current format, will they be relevant in 2047? And I think the leaders sitting here are already thinking over it, and I'm sure that there is a lot of thought which is going on. But this is what we also believe, that in its current avatar, the universities might not exist in future. The other corollary to the same is Amazon. If you look at Amazon, experience matters. It's not, when Amazon came, we thought that retail industry will die. It didn't. In fact, both retail and commerce is growing today, and they are growing much faster than what they were before. So the
Sorry
point
to interrupt
is,
you. Your
yeah,
time
we are
is
just
over.
finishing. So the point is, to stay relevant in 2047, what is it that you need to do today, and how do we define that roadmap so that we become the leaders of tomorrow, and universities as institutions leave a legacy behind, so which can be taken forward. So that is the message we just wanted to convey. I think employability, building emotional intelligence along with curriculum is what we would really be focusing on. But what we'll suggest is that we can work with you, co-create a vision for you for 2047, work on all the problems which we have today, and define a future where all of us remain relevant in 2047. Yeah, I think.
Yeah. So one last part to just talk about. So there is something that you see on the screen, which is MySathi. This is our introduction, which is a solution to the entire problem of education. Right from the school time, that is pre-college, to post-employment, right? So there is an association that we can do at every stage, and the entire ecosystem of CL Educate is prepared to help you traverse this to the future, right? So the solution, and take it to the future. And with that, I would like to end with the other solution that we have is Talivate, which is our transformation platform. Right, so with this, we would like to come to the conclusion of the session. We would love to catch up with you after this session, so that we can help you find that solution together, see where MySathi can help your system, and Dexit, Talivate, all of it together as an ecosystem is going to help you a lot. Right?
Yeah.
So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. N.G. Pawar, sir, to felicitate Mr. Sazil Shah and Mr. Chintan Turki. Thank you, sir. Next we have is Academia Serosoft, Arpit Barjatia, the CEO of Academia. Academia ERP is a globally trusted AI-enabled student information system supporting over 400 institutions across 32 countries. Designed for university leadership, the platform enables end-to-end digital transformation. May I request Mr. Arpit to be on the stage.
Thank you. A very warm good afternoon to all of you. Thank you to DPU and AIU for organizing this. It's a galaxy of stars in front of me and I can't help but recall सितारों की महफिल में नए दौर की बात होगी सितारों की महफिल में नए दौर की बात होगी आज हर कैंपस की कहानी AI और डेटा के साथ होगी and on that note, I'd like to begin and talk about academia by Serosoft. So we believe that these are some of the things that are holding back higher ed institutions in India. The data silo trap, the data in institutions sitting in different silos but not really talking to each other. Administrative friction, which I think all of the leaders that are present in the room know better than me. Compliance burden, which is increasing by the day. And I think a lot of it has been talked about in this different sessions. Digital native gap, many campuses are on older tech. The new students, your customers are on 5G, AI, and so there is a digital native gap. And zero predictive intelligence that we believe data is helping you make. And for all of these reasons, we believe we have a solution for you, and that's called Academia by Serosoft. It's an world-class education ERP engineered with AI, crafted by humans, and bringing you global expertise in this space. So we are a global leader with an Indian heart. We are among the top 10 solutions in the world. We are featured by Gartner Magic Quadrant, which is one of the top recognitions in our space, decades of trust, 18 plus years now, and we change the lives of more than 1 million learners and educators every single day across 32 countries, including many from India. What we also bring to you is Unified Campus Ops, which is student-centric, making you a lot more focused on your customer, which is the student. Leadership focus, all of your leaders in the room, I'm sure you want data and intelligence that helps you take decisions which are smarter, which are more ahead of the time, and which are more data-driven. Academic excellence and operational efficiency. All of these things we bring to your fore. The agentic AI revolution is also something that we are cashing in on, and we have introduced something called Sera, which is an AI assistant for every single student and stakeholder in the campus. This is what we can transform your campus with. 360-degree digital transformation, right from organization setup, campaigns and inquiries, admissions, programs and courses, fees, exams, employees, HR, transport, until the alumni phase, which is an important piece in today's campuses as well. We're engineered for excellence. It's a scalable, secure, and a configurable solution. Security is becoming much more important than before, and scalability with a lot of campuses looking at growth, multifold growth in the times to come. And as I said, this is one of our biggest recognition. Other than that, we are a Deloitte Tech Fast 50 company, a Financial Times high growth company, a World Education Summit innovation leader, transforming 400 institutions, 1 million learners across 32 countries. And we are accelerating the finest institutions in India and the world. We would love to have a chat with you. We are here in the exhibition area at booth number 12, 13. My team and I are here. We have talked to a few of you, and I'm sure we can ensure a journey to the path of digital excellence for campuses in India through academia. Thank you for giving us this opportunity. Let's accelerate the student and campus success for all of you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, the Secretary General of AIU, to please felicitate Mr. Arpit. you so much, ma'am. Next up, we have Abbott, Mr. Bhavesh Lokhande, the digital health consultant. Abbott is a leading global healthcare company dedicated to helping people live their best lives through life-changing technologies. At the forefront, Abbott Core Diagnostic is revolutionizing the healthcare space with digital transformation to drive better patient care and health outcomes. May I request Mr. Bhavesh Lokhande to take over?
Good evening, all of you. Thank you, D.Y. Patel Edu University, for inviting us to be part of this August gathering, where I can see a lot of luminaries from the academia as well as industry. There are good friends and the counterparts present here, and I'm taking this opportunity to speak around digital transformation in healthcare especially. I don't know how you will find this relevant, but I understand the education and health are the two sides of society. Those are having lasting impact on the individual's life, right? So I'll just show you one data. If you understand hospitals or especially healthcare entities are generating around 50 petabytes of data annually across the globe, right? And 97% of that data goes unused. If you see the ecosystem, because D.Y. Patil is known for having fantastic medical facilities across the country, you understand the data sources and the data points are huge, vast in nature. But unfortunately, 97% of the data points are going unused, right? And nowadays, I have been listening to many industry leaders here. We're talking about how the data can be converted into insights, actionable insights. And we are the people, as Abbott, technology provider since a century across the globe, have been making that impact, going towards the industry with the solutions. Those are innovative in nature. Those are making data actionable for the people. Those are using and making end user, that is patient's life, easier. Right? This is the important slide. We all are having multiple data points. I especially work with the lab environments, diagnostic environment across the country. And when I see that there are multiple data points coming from the machines, from the processes, from the allied departments like inventory or the IT especially, and this data is sitting in the silos, right? So these silos needs to be broken. These silos needs to communicate with each other. And how it will happen, right? We are talking about adoption of AI, but believe me, the major challenges with such implementations is related with the adaptability, right? It's related with the interoperability, because we are having legacy systems sometimes. We adopt systems, those are just transitional basis, instance basis, right? And these all systems don't talk with each other, where as a technology provider, we come into picture and we create a semantic data layer where we make these systems talk with each other, right? Just small example, when we are talking about these systems working for better patient outcome or the quality reporting or the personalized diagnosis, diagnostic decision support agent is coming into picture as one of our solution, where we take care of patient demographics in the consideration, medical history into consideration. We are taking consideration, we are considering the citations and the references from the global associations and the counterparts. So that leads to the differential decision making, informed decisions. What would be the next best action? When we talk about AI implementation, what it exactly doing? It is making the data personalized, right? The outcomes personalized. When we talk about, just for the sake of example, a diabetic treatment, right? It has 60 odd pathways, but I'm sure when you go to the doctor, a super specialist or the specialist prefer to, adopt only 2 or 3 out of them. It's a kind of,
Sorry to interrupt you, sir.
treatment
Last
behavior.
1 minute.
Yes, I'm just finishing my presentation. This is again a challenge, right? The subject is kind of everlasting and never ending, and you just get 5 minutes to talk around it. But again, as a AI a professional, I need to finish this within a minute now. So how we are implementing it? We have certain enablers. We sit across the system, ecosystem, healthcare ecosystem of that particular hospital or lab, and we filter out those data. We make that data AI ready. We cleanse the data, and we are doing data modeling, and that's how we are making the data actionable. I just finish on the note that AI is just a tool. You reap what you sow, right? If you are not providing quality data to your
Sorry to
AI tools,
interrupt you,
it
sir.
will
Your time
always
is over.
hallucinate on your behalf. On that note, I'll ending my presentation. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. N.J. Pawar, sir, to felicitate Mr. Bhavesh Lokhande. Thank you. Next we have is Code Tantra, TSV Ramana, CEO Code Tantra, who would be delivering his session. Code Tantra is India's largest AI-powered solution provider to universities and colleges. Their AI-powered solutions spanning assessments and learning are being used by many large premier institutions. I request Ramana sir to take over.
Very good afternoon to one and all. First, let me say my invocation. Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwaraha, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. This is the invocation we as Indians utter forth almost every day. And here, to my good fortune, I have the opportunity to interact with so many physical teachers who are the university professors. For me, a teacher as a concept is divinity in action to guide humanity for progress. And this is what, as a country, we all have been taught and learned. In this era, what we have done is, at Code Tantra, we wanted to see if we can work beside a teacher, providing them with tools, technology solutions to amplify what they are doing, what they want to achieve. So that has been our journey in the last 12 years, and we have more than 200 institutions across the country, be it IITs, be it VIT, SRM, all the large, prestigious private universities across our country, or even remote rural colleges. It's our good fortune to work with so many institutions and learn and specifically design solutions for them. And today, what I would like to share with you is, for example, here, most of the Indian universities, including CBSE Class 12, has already adopted for on-screen digital evaluations. We are here presenting to you a step beyond that. You can see on the right side, we have employed AI to help an evaluator who is a human being, meaning this is what we call as co-eval or AI-assisted evaluation. The insights of a student's intent and effort made in writing an answer can be better understood by AI according to the rubric created by the teacher, very same teacher. With this, we have seen we are eliminating 9 different human biases, and most of the time students who get average and below average marks, they started getting more marks with this. Okay? Next. Here we are now all talk about SDG goals. We have a solution. Many universities have already adopted tablet-based examinations, which are extremely high and cost prohibitive. 180 rupees to 200 rupees per assessment for every examination. We have brought that cost down to 75 rupees. Okay? We would like all the university vice chancellors to have a sneak peek of our solution in our education stall and the ground floor. And here, this is a game changer for our country. With this, we can save 1 year lifespan of 10% of our student population in higher education. This is called on-demand exam center inside universities, especially for backlogs, students with backlogs. They don't need to wait for one complete academic session for the new question, that same course to be conducted, exam for the same course. What will happen here is, university will dedicate some 10-15 computers with tabs, and you have complete AI-powered question paper generation, evaluation, answer grading. So after 1 week, students come, they will pay the re-examination fee. They will do this. And to conduct this, it hardly costs 225 rupees, while the student can pay university 500 or 600 for the reappearance. He will save 1 year with that. Otherwise, he has to, kill his ego, sit with a junior and repeat that particular course, or if it is finally a student, will waste 1 complete year of their future career because they will have backlogs and no company will take them. This is a game-changing opportunity, especially for large universities who have affiliating colleges, lakhs and lakhs of students. So we feel this is something which we can contribute to the nation. 1 year lifespan for 10% of students who come into the higher education. And then, with this, I also would like to conclude. I have the opportunity of presence of Professor Srinivas, who is the Vice Chancellor of Palamuru University in Mahabubnagar district. They are the first ones in the country to deploy our AI-powered skilling course for the students, 30,000 students.
Last 1 minute, sir.
Yeah, ma'am, thank you. 70,000 students across 30 different colleges, 30,000 students across 70 colleges. These students know only Hindi, Telugu or Urdu. They don't know English that well. For them, we have created using AI, completely AI-powered skilling software. So, using this opportunity, I will invite you all to visit our stall, spend 5 minutes to see things in action, which can benefit your students and give them success. Thanks a lot. Namaskar.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. N.G. Pawar, sir, to felicitate Mr. T.S.V. Ramana. Thank you, sir. Next we have is New Jaisa, Mr. Vishesh Handa. All the way from Silicon Valley of India, founder and CEO of India's largest refurbished laptop companies, New Jaisa. I request Mr. Vishesh.
Thank you, ma'am. Respected dignitaries, honorable vice chancellors of the reputed colleges, it's my honor to be, honestly, it's an honor to be on the other side. It's a humbling experience because we have studied from you folks, so it's a very humbling experience to be on the other side. Starting off, I think all of us know that 80% of the future jobs will need digital skills, right? Starting even from a security guard to the high-end engineers, even the medical jobs. All of this in future will need at least 50% of the part will be digital skills required, right? That's why we say that going forward, and even as of today, it's not really just the lecture hours, but it's also the keyboard hours that we are spending. That really matters. But the key question is the students of Bharat really ready for this? Good afternoon, gentlemen. I am Vishesh Handa, myself with my colleague Sharat Somani from IIT Bombay and I am Calcutta. We have over 50 years of experience, having worked in companies like Google, HSBC, American Express. We started New Jaisa Technologies in 2020. We had a very, like a simple mission. Can we make personal computing affordable for all Indian students? So that's the mission with which we started New Jaisa Technologies, right? To put it in very simple terms, right? As of today, if you have to make personal computing available to the students, the average cost to the university goes anywhere between 20,000 to 25,000 rupees per computing device per student, right? To put it simply, through our refurbished technology, we are able to bring it down to as low as 5,000. So looking at the maths, we do understand that all the colleges are under deep stress when it comes to affordability, and the mission has been given the budget which is there. Can we make personal computing affordable for all the students and the colleges? So what we do is very, very simple. We take laptops and desktops, servers, monitors from corporates. These are high-end machines, corporates like Infosys, TCS, American Express of the world. We have a state-of-art refurbishing facility based out of Bangalore with more than 300 plus technicians. We do an end-to-end refurbishing. These are internationally certified refurbishing, and then we make it accessible and available to SMEs, education sectors, so on and so forth. Just to simply put, like there are like 4 key offerings that I want all of you to know, right? A, we can make laptops and desktops available to students, the high-performing ones, Core i5 and i7, starting from as low as 25,000 rupees. All of us know, otherwise, these machines cost 50,000 and beyond, right? All of our assets, so the day we started the company, we were very clear. That's the reason we gave the name New Jaisa, that we wanted to deliver the same quality as new. That's the reason each of our product comes with the same warranty as you get in a new product, right? So all our products comes with a 1-year warranty, right? We also have financing option. The idea is to make it so affordable that the monthly expense for a student should be less than their mess bill. That's our first offering. Definitely, we also work with colleges to set up labs. We can set up a 30-seater for a cost as low as 5 lakhs, where on the other hand, it may cost you 30 lakhs and above. Just while I was sitting on the other side, I heard Honorable Vice Chancellor talking about setting up a HPC server for AI, like LLM models, right? Costing around 2 crores. I'm really proud to say that we have done a similar setup for as low cost as 50 lakh rupees using refurbished racks. And
sorry to interrupt you, sir. Last 1 minute.
Right. So moving on, right. So we also do HPC server setups for the colleges. Also we do AMC supports for the various requirements. So it's been like only just 5 years for us. We are an NSE listed company. We have sold more than 250,000 units across India. We provide support pan-India. What we are trying to build here is a technology, like sustainable technology platform, right? So we're very proud to say that we have more than 50 plus sourcing partners. We work with most of the well-known corporates out there. They are the ones who provide their, like the used laptops and desktops that we use for the refurbishing. We have more than 4 plus financing partners who help with the financing. We are available in more than 3 plus like sales channels. We have servicing partners across India. So it's not only about like delivering these goods, but we are able to service it for more than 4 years if required. We already have a relationship going on with more than 50 plus education customers, right? And of course, business customers also are a large part of our overall offerings. For us, like the biggest like validation of what we are doing is not really.
Sorry to interrupt you, sir. Time is over.
Yeah. So, but it's like the customer validation that we have received. Our ratings on Google stand at 4.4 and also on Amazon at 9.7. So, for interest of time, I'll just like to leave with a quick walkthrough of our facility in Bangalore. So with that, I would like to thank all for this. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request Dr. N.J. Pawar, sir, to felicitate Mr. Vishesh Handa. Thank you, sir. Our last partner for today is Elsewhere, Dr. Aghosh Chauhan, a global leader in scientific and medical information. Elsewhere is harnessing artificial intelligence to support clinicians with smarter insights, faster decisions, and more personalized patient care, helping shape the future of medical practice. May I request Dr. Aghosh Chauhan to take over?
So very good evening to all of you, and it's good to see a lot of old plus new faces out here. I'll take the next 5 minutes to give you an idea as to how Elsevier is really focusing on clinical AI decision making. Now, what I want you to see is 3 data points over here. The one which I really want you to focus is the 16%, which says that 1 in 4 doctors are currently using generalist AI tools. Now, this is a gap that we at Elsevier identified, and to solve it, we came out with something which is more niche to physicians and to doctors across the globe, and that is Clinical Key AI. Again, before I move on to the next one, we had a lot of conversation about the half-life of knowledge. So looking at 79%, which again talks about how much knowledge is being added day by day to all the physicians across, it really makes sense that we start using these tools to augment our clinical practice. Now, I won't really talk about the history of Elsevier, 140 years of publishing, more than 40% of the scientific content on this planet. But for us, trust is just not a word, it's a foundation on which we have designed our solutions. So this is where we will come with solutions that really solve a problem for you. When I talk about the power of content, at Elsevier, we are looking at names such as the Lancet. For scientific community, we are looking at names like the Cell. And we've got multiple resource points. But what really matters is that you don't get an access to some of the content, but you get the access to the right content. And that is where we are trying to harness our solutions, where it's incorporating the best of the answers in terms of the right content coming at you. Won't really go into names at this moment, but what I really want to talk about is how we leverage all of these multiple different names that you see over here, curating an answer. For example, you've got a cardiologist. He's not going to sit there opening 3 different browsers, one to seek guidelines, second to seek articles, the third to look at drug databases, where you've got one tool that does all the work for you. And we've also gone ahead, created link resolvers that helps you aggregate and look at content even from other publishers which are not in the scope of Elsevier. Now, when it comes to AI, we've always had questions regarding credibility. We've got the RAG models, we've got predictive analysis models, and all of those coming into your LLMs. But what really makes a difference in terms of quality, in terms of credibility, is the human oversight. When I look at Clinical Key AI or our AI solutions, we've always got a doctor at the back who is looking at every answer that is being shared with you and who is cross-checking if that answer is relevant to the most. Because in clinical practice, you don't have the margin of error. So this is what we are trying to solve. You've always got a doctor watching your back. So when it comes to Clinical Key AI, what are the 3 types? What are the 3 problems that we're trying to solve? We are trying to really solve the time crunch with what the current clinician is going through. We're trying to make it easier for him to be more confident in terms of the decisions that he applies for his treatments. And as an institute, when you are able to use such solutions, you are also giving a notion that you believe in a lot of evidence-backed AI solutions, which tends to help and build your research infrastructure. Now, I think this particular presentation was more than enough to give us an idea as to how the tool looks like. We would really love, me and my colleagues over here, if people want to really understand how the LLM model, which we currently have, really works on, you can get in touch with us, ask us to play around with the tool. We are more than happy to help you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. I request Dr. N.J. Pawar, sir, to felicitate Dr. Aghosh Chauhan. Thank you, sir. We move on to our... Now we move on to our next technical session. All the Honorable Vice Chancellor, distinguished dignitaries, visionary leaders of academia, and esteemed guests. It gives me immense pleasure to welcome you all to this insightful technical session centered around a theme that is beautifully connecting our rich intellectual heritage with the aspirations of modern education. The theme for this session is integrating traditional wisdom in curriculum and research. भारत की समृद्ध विरासत, चाहे वह प्राचीन शिक्षा पद्धतियां हो, दार्शनिक विचार हो या सतत जीवन के सिद्धांत, हमें एक समग्र और मूल्य आधारित शिक्षा की ओर ले जाते हैं. Integrating traditional wisdom into modern curriculum and research framework is not merely an academic exercise, but a necessary step towards building learners who are skilled, rooted, responsible, and reflective. As these insightful discussions continue to inspire us, we now have the privilege of placing this technical session in the capable hands of our distinguished speakers. May I invite on stage Professor Sat Prakash Bansal, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Himachal Pradesh, Dharmshala. Please give him a big round of applause. Professor S.P. Bansal has served as Vice Chancellor of several prestigious universities. He is the Governing Council member of AIU and IICMR, Member Academic Board IIAS, Advisor and Visiting Professor to University of European Tourism, Italy, Milano, SARC President, Thera, widely recognized for his contributions to higher education, tourism studies, and academic leadership. Sir, we are truly honored to welcome you here, sir. May I now invite on stage the Senior Professor, Kumar Molugaram, Vice Chancellor, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana. Sir, please be on the stage. Sir is an eminent academician and distinguished researcher in civil engineering, bringing nearly 3 decades of excellence in teaching, research, and academic leadership, a globally engaged scholar and visionary leader. His commitment to academic excellence, research innovation, international collaboration, and has held several significant leadership roles, shaping the institutional growth and digital transformation. We're delighted to have you with us, sir. Thank you. Next, may I invite on stage Professor Shashikala Vanzari, Vice Chancellor, National Institute of Education Planning and Administration, New Delhi. Please give ma'am a big round of applause. Professor Shashikala has made significant contributions to educational policy, teacher education and curriculum development, notably as chairperson for the National Curriculum Framework for the foundational stage. A recipient of several prestigious awards, she continues to play a pivotal role in shaping India's higher education landscape. A warm welcome to you, ma'am. May I invite on stage our next speaker, Professor Srinivas Varkhedi, Vice Chancellor, Central Sanskrit University, New Delhi. Please give sir a big round of applause as we invite him on stage. Professor Professor Srinivas, a distinguished scholar in Sanskrit studies, Nyaya philosophy, and computational linguistics, with over 3 decades of academic excellence. He is a prolific author and editor with substantial contributions to Sanskrit, philosophy, linguistics, and Indian knowledge systems through books, translation, and research publications. His academic expertise also extends to natural language processing and artificial intelligence. We welcome you, sir, to this stage. With this, I request our esteemed session chair, Professor Satprakash Banchalji, to please take over the session and guide us through the proceedings.
After very lengthy day and very hectic sessions, I can understand that it is very difficult especially for the Vice Chancellors, to sit all together for such a long. At the outset, I really would like to offer my tribute of love and admiration towards, first of all, AIU President Professor Vinay Pathak ji, Secretary General Professor Pankaj Mittal ji, and where for the last 2 days we have seen a wonderful hospitality given by DPU, the Honorable Chancellor Patel ji, and Honorable Vice Chancellor Pawar ji and the whole team. More important, Honorable Vice Chancellors, it is rather my privilege to chair this session and deliver the opening remarks on a very important theme. Actually, this session should be in the beginning because this is the heart of the thematic area of this whole 3 days seminar. And because this theme is both profound as well as timely, integrating the traditional wisdoms of Bharat into modern curricula and research framework. As India inspires toward the vision of Viksit Bharat, our journey forward must be rooted in the strength of our civilizational knowledge while embracing the dynamic contemporary innovation, including maybe AI and new technology. We must recognize that universities are not merely centers for education, they are receptacles when the future of the nations shaped. Here present on the stage, we have 3 speakers with us. Professor Kumar Mulugram, who is Vice Chancellor, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana. We have Professor Shashikala Banjari, Honorable Vice Chancellor, National Institution of Educational Planning and Administration, New Delhi. I know Madam's contribution in terms of Indian knowledge system, and all of us know the contribution of Professor Shri Nivas Varkhedi, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Central Sanskrit University, New Delhi. Recently, when we had a meeting there in Mantralaya, Ministry of Education, particularly on Indian knowledge system, where few Vice Chancellors were there, and after a thorough discussion, we reached on conclusion that this university, under the leadership of Professor Srinivas Valkhedi, proved the role model for the whole country. Historically, Bharat stood as a global center of knowledge. We know many of our ancient universities, such as Takshila and Nalanda, attracted scholars from across countries and we all know the contributions in mathematics, astronomy, medicine, governance, and philosophy shaped global intellectual traditions. अभी हमारे साथ अतुल भाई कोठारी जी भी ज्वाइन करने वाले हैं सेशन को, वो भी अभी आने वाले हैं, हमारे साथ सेशन शेयर करेंगे। अतुल भाई कोठारी जी अभी 2-3 मिनट में पहुंचने वाले हैं। अतुल भाई कोठारी जी संगठन मंत्री हैं, संगठन सचिव, अखिल भारतीय जो संस्कृति उत्थान न्यास, और उनका राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में बहुत बड़ा योगदान है। प्रिय मित्रों, मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा ने दुनिया को विज्ञान, दर्शन व चिकित्सा की मूल्य धरोहर दी है। वो चाहे हम वेदों की बात करें, क्योंकि वेदों में जीवन के हर पहलू का ज्ञान हमें देखने को मिलता है, चाहे ऋग्वेद की बात करें जहां प्रकृति देवताओं के ज्ञान मंत्र हमें मंत्र मुक्त करते हैं, चाहे हम अथर्ववेद की बात करें जहां चिकित्सा जीवन शैली से लेकर के उपचार का हमने पूरी दुनिया को दिया है, चाहे हम उपनिषद की बात करें जो कि आध्यात्मिक व दार्शनिक ज्ञान के स्रोत हैं। मैं इसका एग्जाम्पल ये भी कहना चाहूँगा, जब हमारा डिस्कशन हो रहा था अभी मंत्रालय में, उस समय में हमने कहा कि टीचर्स का फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट कैसे हो, दिस इज द रियल चैलेंज बिफोर ऑल ऑफ अस। अभी जब मेरा डिस्कशन हो रहा था ऑनरेबल स्पीकर से, तो हम यही बात कर रहे थे कि हमें इन irrespective of theory, we should tell here our best practices which we are using in the university. That is more appropriate. तो हम जब डिस्कस कर रहे थे, मैं अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी का एग्जांपल इसलिए करना चाहता हूं कि हमारा जो है एक बैच नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी, नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी NEP 2020 which we have implemented to 21, हमारा एक पास आउट हो गया है लास्ट ईयर। तो उसका कारण कि हमने इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम को जब इनकॉर्पोरेट किया, तो हमारे पास जो सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज था, दैट चैलेंज वाज टू चेंज द माइंडसेट ऑफ द टीचर्स। दिस वाज द फर्स्ट फॉरमोस्ट चैलेंज फॉर अस। हमने बहुत सी वर्कशॉप्स कराई। मुझे लगता है कि मैंने अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी में कम से कम 40 वर्कशॉप्स फॉर फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम, हर डिपार्टमेंट वाइज भी करवाई, कंबाइंड भी करवाई, लेकिन मुझे लग रहा है कि अभी वो माइंडसेट चेंज नहीं हुआ। हमने करिकुलम चेंज किया, हमने बास्केट बनाई, 168 में से कम 61 जो कोर्सेज थे बास्केट के IKS बेस्ड मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी हमने दिए, लेकिन फिर भी हमें लगा कि वो तैयार नहीं हो रहे हैं। फिर हमने एक नया एक्सपेरिमेंट किया, अभी वारकेडी साहब मुझे कह भी रहे थे कि आपको कंग्रेचुलेशन है इस तरह के एक्सपेरिमेंट के लिए। हमने पूरी फैकल्टी को इन्वॉल्व किया और हमने कहा कि पूरी की पूरी फैकल्टी को इट इज़ कंपल्सरी कि आप जो है इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम पे वो किताबें लिखें। और उन्होंने जब शुरू किया, मैं जो सोर्सेज की बात कर रहा हूँ, जो मैं वेद की बात कर रहा हूँ, ऋग्वेद की बात कर रहा हूँ, अथर्ववेद की बात कर रहा हूँ, उपनिषद की बात कर रहा हूँ, या हमने जो दुनिया को गणित दिया, जो गणित में हमें आर्यभट्ट का कंट्रीब्यूशन, शून्य और पाई का ज्ञान जो हमने पूरी दुनिया को दिया, ब्रह्मगुप्ता ने जो बीजगणित अलजेब्रा का ज्ञान पूरी दुनिया को दिया, या मैं एस्ट्रोनॉमी की बात करता हूँ, खगोल शास्त्र की बात करता हूँ, तो ग्रहों की गति और पृथ्वी के घूमने का सिद्धांत हमने पूरी दुनिया को बताया। तो आयुर्वेदा की बात करता हूँ, तो जो हम चर्क सुश्रुत की बात करते हैं, चर्क की बात करते हैं, सुश्रुत की बात करते हैं, संहिता की, तो ये जो ज्ञान है हमने कहाँ छुपा के रखा हुआ है, और हमने कंपल्सरी किया हर टीचर के लिए सोर्सेज केवल इन्हीं से लेंगे। फिर उनकी कंप्लेंट आई कि हमें संस्कृत पढ़ाई जाए, तो संस्कृत हमने देखा, लेकिन वो हमने MOU भी साइन किया, लेकिन वो पॉसिबल नहीं हो पाया। फिर हमने इसका हिंदी ट्रांसलेशन, पूरे बाजार में इसका हिंदी ट्रांसलेशन मिलता है, वो हमने लाइब्रेरीज में मंगवाया। तो मुझे लगता है कि इससे एक चीज़ तो स्पष्ट है कि प्राचीन भारत में शिक्षा जो है बहुआयामी थी, वैज्ञानिक थी, और ज्ञान केवल धार्मिक ही नहीं था बल्कि व्यवहारिक, वो शोध आधारित था। तो इट मीन्स वी हैव टू कम बैक ऑन दैट ट्रेडिशन। But the main thing is that today we stand at the intersection of tradition and technology. On the one hand, India possesses a rich legacy of Indian knowledge system, जिसको अभी हम भारतीय knowledge system भी कहते हैं, deeply rooted in our philosophy, culture and century-old wisdom. And on the other hand, अभी हम प्रेजेंटेशंस जो देख रहे थे, अभी प्राइवेट सेक्टर्स की प्रेजेंटेशन में देखते थे, वी आर विटनेसिंग द रैपिड एडवांसमेंट ऑफ आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस एंड AI ड्रिवन टूल्स दैट आर रीशेपिंग हाउ वी अंडरस्टैंड एंड सॉल्व सोशल एंड इकोनॉमिक चैलेंजेस. And the more important is on which this session is based, the integration of IKS and AI or new technology is not merely as an academic exercise for the academic institutions. It is necessary for creating solutions that are both contextual and sustainable. This is first. Our traditional knowledge offers insights into community living, environmental balance, ethical governance, and holistic well-being. When combined with the analytical power of AI and other tools, analytical tools, these insights can help every higher learning institutions to address pressing issues such as poverty, inequality, rural development, public health, and climate change. प्रिय मित्रों, मुझे ये लगता है कि शिक्षा में जो सही मायने में आज हम विकसित भारत की बात करते हैं, आज हम आत्मनिर्भर भारत की बात करते हैं, तो शिक्षा में भारतीयता का मतलब है अतीत से प्रेरणा लेना, वर्तमान को सुधारना और भविष्य को सशक्त बनाना. ये 3 tier strategy every institution we need to adopt. मैं हमेशा कहता हूं, शिक्षा युक्तकारी हो, शिक्षा मुक्तकारी हो और शिक्षा अर्थकारी हो. ये दूसरा मॉडल जो मैं आज यहां देना चाहता हूं. युक्तकारी का मतलब है कि our education should be logical and knowledge oriented. That is, education should make a person rational and wise. ऐसी शिक्षा जो तर्क और विवेक और ज्ञान विकसित करे. छात्र केवल रटने के लिए नहीं, जैसे NEP में भी है, सोचने और समझने की क्षमता को हम सबको विकसित करना होगा. शिक्षा मुक्तकारी हो, यानी कि एजुकेशन मस्ट बी लिबरेटिंग, मीन्स एजुकेशन शुड लिबरेट द माइंड एंड एम्पावर इंडिविजुअली. मैं हमेशा कहता हूं कि 2035 तक हमने GR पे पहुंचना है. GR हमने 50% हायर एजुकेशन का गोल हमने NEP में लिया हुआ है, लेकिन मैं हमेशा कहता हूं GR doesn't mean gross enrollment ratio, but it means gross empowerment ratio. हम सब फेल हो जाएंगे अगर हमने सिर्फ एनरोलमेंट पे ध्यान दिया. हमें तो एम्पावर करना है. शिक्षा अर्थकारी हो, मीन्स इकोनॉमिकली प्रोडक्टिव, मीन्स शिक्षा ऐसी हो जो रोजगार और कौशल प्रदान करे और व्यक्ति को आत्मनिर्भर बनाए. मुझे लगता है कि पास्ट भारत गिव्स अस रूट्स, प्रेजेंट इंडिया गिव्स अस विंग्स एंड फ्यूचर विकसित भारत विल गिव अस डायरेक्शन. हमारी जो युवा शक्ति है, आपने कभी सोचा भी होगा, प्री इंडिपेंडेंस उनका एक ही लक्ष्य था. एक लक्ष्य क्या था? हर युवा से जब बात करते थे उस समय में, हमारे दादा परदादा जो उससे पहले के थे वो ये बताते थे, हर युवा का एक लक्ष्य था, हमें अपने देश को आज़ाद करवाना है. और आज अगर हम युवा शक्ति को एजेंडा दे रहे हैं, उनके आंखों के द्वारा अगर हम विकसित भारत 2047 का सपना विकसित देखना चाहते हैं, तो मुझे लगता है कि आज हमें एक ही एजेंडा, उनके हमेशा माइंड में, सपने में एक ही चीज आए कि हमारा विकसित भारत 2047 कैसा भारत हमें चाहिए, कैसा भारत होगा. क्योंकि प्राचीन भारत में शिक्षा केवल ज्ञान प्राप्त करने का माध्यम नहीं थी, बल्कि जीवन निर्माण का आधार थी. और वर्तमान में भारतीयता का मतलब है आधुनिकता प्लस परंपरा का सही संतुलन. माननीय मोदी जी को अगर आपने सुना होगा, माननीय मोदी जी ने कई बार मन की बात में भी कहा है, हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने, कि हमें अगर हम विकसित भारत चाहिए, हमें विकसित चाहिए, तो हम विरासत को साथ लेकर के पूरी दुनिया को जीत सकते हैं. और ऐसा करके हमने दिखाया भी है. अतुल भाई जी आ गए हैं. अतुल भाई जी को मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा वो ऊपर आ जाएं. अतुल भाई जी, आपका स्वागत है इस सत्र में. क्योंकि मैं अभी बता रहा था आपके बारे में, आपके आने से पहले मैं बता चुका हूं, आप संस्कृति उद्यान न्यास के अखिल भारतीय संगठन सचिव के नाते ये एक छोटा सा परिचय है, बहुत विस्तार का परिचय है, पूरा कम से कम 10 मिनट चाहिए आपका परिचय देने के लिए, क्योंकि अगर जो हम राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति की जो मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, जिन बिंदु में मैं बात कर रहा हूँ, हमने कई बार इनके साथ इतने सेमिनार्स, इतने कॉन्फ्रेंसेज अटेंड की हैं। मैडम पंकज मित्तल तो उनके साथ हैं प्रेसिडेंट के रूप में, और मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि उसके पीछे जो आपकी देन है, आपने इतनी पुस्तकें, इतने पेपर्स और इतने लेक्चर्स, कम से कम हजारों लेक्चर्स जो है आपने विश्वविद्यालयों में दिए हैं। आपका स्वागत अतुल भाई जी। जो मैं बात कर रहा था, मैं बहुत ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगा, हमारे स्पीकर्स हैं, लेकिन जो मैं बात कर रहा था, क्योंकि हमें जो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति की बात जब बात करते हैं तो हम समग्र शिक्षा की बात करते हैं, होलिस्टिक एजुकेशन, क्योंकि शिक्षा सिर्फ अकादमिक नहीं बल्कि शिक्षा नैतिक, सांस्कृतिक और कौशल आधारित होनी चाहिए। हमारी मदर टंग की हम जब बात करते हैं, यानी कि प्रारंभिक स्तर पर मातृ शिक्षा में पढ़ाई, जिससे समझ और जुड़ाव बढ़े। हमने 2 अपराध किए हैं, मैं हमेशा कहता हूँ। एक अपराध हमने ये किया है, अभी तक जो शिक्षा हमने थोपी थी, पहला अपराध हमने ये किया है कि बच्चे को बायोलॉजिकल मदर से जुड़ा कर दिया। 3 साल बाद हमने उसको ऐसी एजुकेशन प्रणाली में डाल दिया जहाँ कहीं मदर टंग नहीं, जहाँ कहीं मदर, जितने भी हम बोलते हैं कि वो पहली हंसी जो है बच्चा अपनी माँ से सीखता है। और दूसरा हमने अपराध ये किया, हमने ऐसी एजुकेशन, जब वो हायर एजुकेशन लर्निंग में आया तो हमने उसको उस मदर से, उस माता से, भारत माता से जहाँ उसने जन्म लिया, उसके बारे में उसको जुड़ा कर दिया। ये 2 अपराध हमने आज तक इस शिक्षा में किए हैं। तो मुझे ये लगता है कि जब हम राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति की बात करते हैं, आत्मनिर्भर भारत मिलकर एक ऐसा शिक्षा मॉडल बना रहे हैं जहां भारतीयता में रूटेड हो और आधुनिकता में अपडेटेड हो और भविष्य के लिए रेडी हो। मैं केवल 1-2 मिनट में अपने आप को समअप करता हूं। मैं अभी युवा शक्ति की बात कर रहा था। युवा शक्ति में भारत की औसतन एज, मीडियन एज जो कहते हैं, वो क्या है? 28 ईयर्स। अगर हम चाइना के साथ अपने आप को कंपेयर करते हैं, चाइना की औसतन एज क्या है? 39 ईयर, और जापान की औसतन एज क्या है? 49 ईयर्स। इसका मतलब ये है कि हमारा देश आने वाले कई सालों तक जवान रहने वाला है। ये युवा शक्ति ना केवल हमारे देश की शक्ति है, पर पूरे विश्व की शक्ति बनकर के उभरेगी। मैं ऐसा मानता हूं, क्योंकि विकसित भारत में सबसे अहम रोल जो है इसी युवा शक्ति का है। लगभग 68% भारतीय आबादी जो है वो कार्यशील आयु वर्ग में है, और 2035 तक भारत का लगभग 1 अरब कार्यशील आयु के नागरिक होंगे, और ये दुनिया की सबसे बड़ी वर्कफोर्स होगी। बट द मेन नीड इज टू कन्वर्ट डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड गेन इनटू अ डेमोग्राफिक पावर। जब तक इसको डेमोग्राफिक पावर में कन्वर्ट नहीं करेंगे, मुझे लगता है कि हमारा सपना जो है वो अधूरा का अधूरा रहेगा। वो उसके लिए हमें जो है थोड़ा अपने एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशंस में एफर्ट्स करने पड़ेंगे। ILO के मुताबिक यदि हमें स्किल, मैं अपने यूनिवर्सिटी का फिर एग्जांपल देता हूँ। हमारी यूनिवर्सिटी एक ऐसी यूनिवर्सिटी है जहाँ हमने स्किल एनहांसमेंट कोर्स, यानी कि एनी स्टूडेंट हु इज ग्रेजुएटिंग और पोस्ट ग्रेजुएटिंग, हमने उनके लिए एक स्किल एनहांसमेंट कोर्स मिनिमम 10 क्रेडिट का कंपलसरी किया है। तब तक हम डिग्री नहीं देंगे। तो क्योंकि ILO की रिपोर्ट भी यही बोलती है कि यदि कौशल की कमी को हमें दूर नहीं किया गया तो 2030 तक भारत अपनी संभावित GDP का कम से कम मिनिमम उन्होंने कहा है कि 4 से 5% खो सकता है। इट मीन्स, और अभी भी अगर हम स्किल रेशो की बात करते हैं तो अभी हमारी बाकी कंट्रीज के कंपैरिजन में बहुत कम हमारी स्किल रेशो है। इसको बढ़ाना होगा इस तरह से, क्योंकि हमारा जो नया भारत है उसी दिशा में आगे बढ़ रहा है, काफ़ी कुछ आगे भी बढ़ा है। अतुल भाई जी यहाँ बैठे हैं, इनके मार्गदर्शन में, और सभी जिन्होंने काम किया है, जहाँ हर युवा केवल रोजगार खोजने वाला नहीं बल्कि रोजगार सृजन करने वाला बने, हर नागरिक केवल उपभोक्ता नहीं बल्कि उत्पादक शक्ति बने, ऐसा हम सबको सोचना है, हर इंस्टीट्यूशन में सोचना होगा। और एट द एंड, क्योंकि जैसे मैं कह रहा था कि द जर्नी टूवर्ड्स विकसित भारत इज नॉट डिफाइंड बाय अ टेंशन बिटवीन द ट्रेडिशन एंड modernity, but by their meaningful convergence that is required. The idea of Viksit Bharat, क्योंकि विकसित भी और विरासत भी captures this balance, and we have to maintain this balance in our higher learning institutions, where progress does not come at the cost of heritage and heritage does not resist progress. This is the punchline of this session. Or as vice chancellors and academic leaders, the responsibility lies with us to reimagine education not merely as a transmission of information but as a transformation of knowledge system. Let this conference mark the beginning of a collective movement, one that bridges the past and particularly this session and the future, and position Bharat as a beacon of integrated knowledge for the world. Thank you very much. Now, Firstly, I would like to invite Madam Banjari ma'am, please. मैं ये चाहूँगा कि जैसे मैंने कहा तो मैडम ने थ्योरी में काम किया, आपने बहुत काम किया, आपने भी, आप थ्योरी प्रैक्टिस मिक्स कर सकते हैं, लेकिन ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा हम कोशिश करें कि जितने प्रश्न हम लेंगे उतना ज़्यादा अच्छा रहेगा. थैंक यू.
Yes, yes.
नमस्कार. आदरणीय अध्यक्ष महोदय श्रीयुत प्रोफेसर बन्सल, आदरणीय अतुल भाई, माझे सहवक्ता, मी लागलीच हिंदी आणि इंग्लिशमध्ये बोलणार आहे. आदरणीय कुलाधिपती पाटील सर, आदरणीय पंकज मित्तल, आदरणीय विनय पाठक, VC NJ पवार सर, उपस्थित सर्व मान्यवर, आपलं सगळ्यांचं या विद्यानगरीत, संत तुकारामाच्या नगरीत, पुणे शहर हे महाराष्ट्र राज्याचं एक विद्यामंदिर किंवा विद्यानगरी म्हणून प्रसिद्ध आहे. या नगरीत आणि TY पाटील विश्वविद्यालयामध्ये आपलं सगळ्यांचं मनपूर्वक मी स्वागत करते. आणि निश्चितच विवेकावर बोलत असताना मी विवेक विसरणार नाही की मला जितके मिनिट दिलेले आहेत तितक्या मिनिटातच मी माझं वक्तव्य पूर्ण करीन. आदरणीय सर्व मंडळी, आपण जाणतोच कि this topic is confined to integration of traditional wisdom in curriculum and research. When we are talking about the wisdom, and one word is there, and that is very important, traditional wisdom. Since yesterday morning we were discussing about many issues, and in each issue or the theme we had lot of discussion about content. And even we could witness the today's session on sustainability. And in that session, while having some interaction, Professor NJ Pawar has highlighted that we should not forget about traditional wisdom, and that is about Ganga. I would like to take the privilege, because it is indeed to speak about wisdom in Maharashtra. So no one will tell us to the all Maharashtrian what is wisdom, because this bhumi is Santa bhumi. ज्ञानेश्वरांनी पसायदान मागितलं, आता विश्वात्मके देवे येणे वरे वाग्यज्ञे तोषावे तोषोनी वजदावे, हे पसायदान. संत तुकाराम जी का हम कल से एयरपोर्ट से उतरते वक्त ही हमने देखा कि उनकी ये भूमि है, उनकी कर्म भूमि है, उनकी ज्ञान भूमि है, और इस भूमि पे उन्होंने अभंग लिखे. वो अभंग में लिखा है, भेटी लागिला जीवा लागातीसी आस, जेथे जातो तेथे तू माझा सांगती. एक लिखा है उन्होंने, पापाची वासना नका दाऊ डोळा त्याहुनी आंधळा बराच मी. अब हम लोग एक स्लाइड मैंने बनाई है, उसमें मैं आती हूँ. नॉलेज एंड विजडम आर नॉट द सेम. आई हैव फुल अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ दिस टॉपिक, दो आई एम नॉट फ्रॉम Indian knowledge system. But see, those people, Gnaneshwar, Vithoba Mauli, even Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj, Sant Tukaram, Lokmanya Tilak, ये भूमि के ही सब वो रहे हैं. यहाँ उनका जन्म हुआ है. लोकमान्य टिळक ने गीता रहस्य लीला. हम लोग उनके क्वालिफिकेशन के बारे में सोचेंगे तो कोई नहीं बता पाएगा. But about their wisdom, in the backdrop of the theme, integration of traditional wisdom in curriculum and research is very important. So whenever we talk about IKS, we have to draw the insight about the wisdom, and not only wisdom but traditional wisdom. So what is the use of this wisdom in curriculum? Because curriculum is a tool which helps to achieve the goal which we have set, and that is we aspire to be a Vikasit Bharat by the end of 2047. So it is very important to understand and to give meaning to this word wisdom. So when we talk about NEP, we all know that NEPs, or that hard copy of the NEP on page number 4 itself, it is written as under the particular para which is confined to Gyan, Pradnya and Satya. Gyan, knowledge, Pragya, wisdom, and Satya, truth. The aim of ancient Indian education was not merely preparation for life, but the complete realization and liberation of the self. Now the second part is very important, and definitely I am very confident this particular part of the thought is the product of Indian philosophy, Indian ideology, Indian cultural diversity. And therefore it is very important, we don't want to compare our education with Western education system, but we should have the proud of saying liberation of soul. Now what wisdom does, why it is to be integrated in the curriculum and research. I will go to the next slide. See, Pragya, wisdom as a mode of knowing, not a module, a method. Wisdom cannot be added to a curriculum and as a unit of information. It must be engaged with as a different mode of knowledge, knowing entirely. Not only what, but how and why. And the third is self-reliance requires original thought. I would like to give one reference from the policy. When we go through the policy, we found that every page has something to be learned. Now, in the policy or in the context of NEP 2020, about foundational stage, because we all know there is an approach called as bottom-up approach. And that's why policy focuses on pedagogical structure about school education. And when we talk about foundational stage, it is highlighted the point, what is education, what is Indian vision of education, and in that para, it includes the idea that education must foster both inner and external development. And learning about the external world should be in consonance with the learning about one's reality and self. Therefore, this last word, self and learning about self, one's reality and self, these two things are very important, and therefore, wisdom plays very important role. So all of us, we are highly associated with Board of Studies. Rather, we have to play very important role in the development of the curriculum, or under the BOS, we do work. Now while doing or while exercising about the curriculum, about the syllabus, we should know how to integrate this wisdom component. And therefore in the book itself, when you go through the books which are for grade 1 and grade 2, our government, NCRT and many of the stakeholders, even Atul Bhai is one of them, they have worked a lot how to integrate all these things in the textbook. And the meaning of wisdom is highlighted there. All the curricular content you could see, and you will be very happy to see this, how this wisdom component is being integrated. Then next slide, 3 dimensions of India's knowledge tradition, the purpose, the breadth, then responsibility. Now these 3 elements are very important. How could we integrate this wisdom component in the curriculum is very important. And therefore we have to understand many things about the wisdom. Next slide, because time is very short. Integration across the discipline. Here, as I have already shared, 3 elements are very important, but at the same time, integration across disciplines, and when we contextualized about or in the context of NEP 2020, it calls for traditional wisdom to be incorporated accurately and in a scientific manner. The signal is rigor, not revivalism. हमें हमारे ज्ञान को फिर से उसका रिव्यू लेना है, रिकैपिचुलेट करना है, नया ऐड करना है या नहीं करना है, उसको डिस्कार्ड करना है, ये हमारे इसमें नहीं है. और इसलिए हम देखते हैं कि आईकेएस की बात तभी की जाती है जब हम लोग इसको समझेंगे. अभी एक उज्जैन में प्रोग्राम हुआ, द मास्टर ऑफ टाइम. काफ़ी दुनिया से काफ़ी एक्सपर्ट आए और उन्हें रियलाइज़ हुआ कि भारत का जो एक कैलेंडर है वो कुछ अलग है। ये हमें सबको मालूम होना चाहिए और ये मालूम होने के लिए हमारा विजडम हमको हेल्प कर सकता है। मेडिसिन एंड साइंसेस, इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, हमें इसमें भी दिखता है कि हमारा ट्रेडिशनल विजडम है। गंगा का उदाहरण सर ने, एनजे पवार सर ने सुबह दिया। हाउ वी कैन रिलेट ऑल दिस ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज along with traditional wisdom is very important in humanities, social sciences, and to achieve the goal, it is very important to develop our own pedagogical approaches. Otherwise, we can't do. Now, when we talk about all these things, we should know the infrastructure which are aligned with policy and especially to the IKS. Adopting IKS in their curricula nationally, 8,000 plus IKS centers, 51 plus, 5,500 internship programs are there, a research project 88 plus, and faculty trained 1,000 plus. More than that also you will get to know. Then very important, traditional wisdom as a source of new knowledge. Atmanirbharta, when we talk about Atmanirbharta, we know many examples are there. गुरुदेव रविंद्रनाथ टैगोर जब जापान गए, उनका भाषण था, वहाँ के यूथ ने उनको नकारा, इसलिए नकारा कि भाई ये एक देश से आए हैं जो कंट्री डिफीटेड है। और ऐसा जब वक्त आता है तो हमें बहुत हमारी क्या बोलेंगे, हमारा सिर शर्म के मारे झुकता है और ये बहुत बार क्वेश्चन किया जाता है कि भाई ये आईकेएस क्या करने वाला है, क्या है ये। बहुत सारे फोरम पे इसका डिस्कशन होता है। आईकेएस हमारा जो एक आत्मनिर्भरता है, सुबह विनय जी का जो भाषण हमने सुना, हमारा एक प्राइड जो है वो प्राइड का पुनर्जागरण करने का काम करता है और इसलिए हमें आईकेएस चाहिए। और आईकेएस अप्लाई करने के लिए, इंटीग्रेट करने के लिए वो विजडम भी चाहिए जिसको हम सद्विवेक बोलते हैं। इसमें हम देखते हैं कि रिसर्च एड्रेसिंग इंडियाज ओन चैलेंजेस कैन नॉट सिंपली बी इम्पोर्टेड। सेल्फ रिलायंस इन नॉलेज मीन्स जनरेटिंग फ्रॉम विद इन इंडिया own intellectual resources, traditional wisdom as the starting point for rigorous inquiry guided by pragya in pursuit of satya. Hypothesis generating, then methodologically rigorous, then genuinely interdisciplinary. All these are the various dimensions. Then dimensions of, एक slide छूट गई, 3 dimensions already I have covered. Next, the ANRF, Anusandhan Research, National Research Foundation. Here we can see that very amazing things have been opened, or according to the need of the country, it has been established, and what true integration looks like. When IKS research begins to shape what is taught in science, medicine, engineering, and social sciences, not just in IKS departments, that is when research integration has truly taken root. A university whose IKS research changes what its science and social science departments teach, teachers or teaching has achieved genuine integration. That is very important, and it has to be according to the standards decided by the system. Then
my request to wind up.
Yeah, 4 things that matter most, faculty development program, how we can integrate into that, we have to look into that. We have to plan, design our programs. Research recognition, second component, IKS research must be rewarded on equal terms with all other research. An incentive structure that excludes it will not produce it. Curricular depth, very important point, because already UGC has made a provision of 4 to 5 credits course regarding IKS, but we should have to take care where and what components to be integrated. Curricular depth, epistemic openness, these are the things very important when we design the curriculum, and therefore all of us will take this responsibility. Then last but one slide, leading from within, the pursuit of knowledge, wisdom and truth was already considered in Indian thought the highest human goal. Already it is highlighted in the policy, page number 4. IKS in curriculum, IKS in research, and if we are able to integrate effectively, then definitely our dream will come true, and that is of Vikasit Bharat, and the policy has given us the mandate. Our university has given meaning to it, and definitely all of us with the spirit of togetherness will bring this component in our curriculum and will achieve the goal of Vikasit Bharat by the end of 2047. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for a wonderful presentation, ma'am. Yeah, you rightly said Atmanirbhar Bharat is not about being self-contained. It is about being self-sustained and self-generating. Thank you very much. Now I am inviting next speaker, Professor Kumar Molugram, Osmania University, Vice Chancellor. Please try to wind up your presentation within 10 minutes.
Okay. Very good afternoon, one and all. Today's panel chairman, Professor Satya Prakash Bansalji, and AIU President, Professor Vinay Kumar Patakji, and Professor Mithalji, Secretary General, AIU, and Vice Chancellor of this DPU University, Professor Patel, and all distinguished Vice Chancellors from various universities, and other participants. A very good afternoon once again. I'll take only 10 minutes, sharp, I'll complete. Yeah, so we are talking about this integrating traditional wisdom in the curriculum and research. This is bridging heritage knowledge with the modern education system. Since yesterday, many speakers talked about various themes and topics. Everyone expressing their concern about this artificial intelligence, how the education system is going to change, and then the quantum computing and digital technologies and economics and entrepreneurship innovation and healthcare system. So whatnot, many topics covered. Only the thing is that now we are at a transition stage, and how best we can use the traditional wisdom for the education system in coming next 10 to 20 years and further. This is a biggest challenge in front of us. And no doubt the Indian knowledge system are a source of innovation, identity, and at the same time socially a grounded scholarship capable of shaping the future of higher education in India. And in this 100th AIU conference, this is a landmark conference, very nicely designed all the topics to really solve the many unsolved problems coming up in the education system. Really appreciable. I thank Madam for giving me opportunity to host the Central Zone Vice Chancellor's Conference at Osmania University, held on 19th and 20th. That is AI and quantum-enabled higher education system. We successfully conducted. Thanks for the opportunity, Madam. And coming to this particular topic, this traditional system of this education or tradition of wisdom, especially this is, the three aspects we have to discuss here. One is the rooted education. So you cannot transform without the roots. This is very, very important. The second aspect is research relevance. This is also one of the important aspects. You cannot be relevant without connections. And the third aspect is national transformation. This is for the country progress. All the speakers talking about the Vikasit Bharat by end of 2047, we have to reach 30 trillion economy. Is not so easy. For that, a lot of strategic planning is required. So in my view, to reach this $30 trillion economy by 2040, the intended objective of the Vikasit Bharat, we need to take care the quality education and skill-based education, which is mentioned in the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals. This is the major source. So once we take up this issue in a strategic and serious manner, definitely the 16 other sustainable goals definitely we will achieve. The basic, the cause is this one. But ultimate, the holistic, this education process, ultimate the societal process, if you look at the two aspects. One is the no power, ultimately the sustainable development goal. One is no poverty. The second one is the zero hunger. This is the ultimate, the overall objective of any system. So directly or indirectly, we have to this is the intended goal of everyone, whole education system. And if you coming to this integration, why to integrate the traditional wisdom? So definitely there are 4 factors: decolonizing the knowledge, the holistic learning, and sustainable resilience, and cultural confidence. So these are the 4 important points normally we take into consideration. So here knowledge flows from the west to rest. The discipline were defined, curricula were framed, and excellence was measured using the European frameworks. So this has to be changed. We have to start from rest to again start. This is very, very important in this decolonizing knowledge. And the challenges also there in this process. So the process related to the curriculum, the knowledge, and all other aspects comes in this particular aspect. Then the holistic learning. This is also very, very important aspect. The Indian knowledge traditions do not separate the intellectual formation from ethical and civic formation. The Nalanda, Takshashila, and the Gurukul tradition produced scholars who were simultaneously scientists, the philosophers, and the community, the contributors. So this is a great kind of example available in front of us. It's a experiential learning. You have to put in a proper track. This is lacking in our system. The NEP 2020 explicitly calls for education that develops good human beings, that is citizens with values, awareness, and a sense of social responsibility along professional competence. And here, some of the universities in this aspect, they also started some courses at first year level of all disciplines, not only engineering, across all the disciplines. The social conduct subject they introduced. This is really very much useful, and each and every the program, this subject must be incorporated across the country. It definitely gives a lot many inputs and awareness to the students how to behave in the society. Social conduct is very, very important aspect. That is mixing in the present day context. And sustainability and resilience. So sustainability is the biggest question, no doubt, but a lot of challenges will be there. The educational sustainability, the NEP 20, again 20 sustainability, and each and every system sustainability. Yesterday, many speakers given so many examples about the sustainability. And the traditional ecological knowledge informs the water conservation systems and cropping systems and climatic adoption, etc. This is the biggest challenge, and we have to do the research in this direction to overcome this particular problem. And cultural confidence is another aspect. The students develop identity and continuously when education reflects their civilization heritage. This is very, very important aspect. So, the 4 aspects we have to take into consideration seriously. Then coming to the NEP 2020 and UGC mandate on IKS, Indian Knowledge Systems. So, NEP 2020, it's a policy driver. Everyone knows that. It promotes the rootedness in India. I also said, without roots we cannot progress. This is very, very important. And most of the, the things related to interdiscipline and learning and integration of Indian knowledge with into the mainstream education system. And as per the UGC guidelines mandate, the 5% of the credit mandate and UG and PG students must take the IKS courses, and this already implemented at Osmania University in the last year onwards, the academic year onwards. The total mandate credits across the programs at least 5%, so that we can create some kind of awareness. Then coming to the 50% within. So within the, at least half of the IKS subjects, credits must be directly related to the students' own major discipline. This is also very, very important aspect one should follow seriously. Then coming to the breadth of the Indian knowledge system. This is very, very important. Now the traditional knowledge system plus technology, if you integrate, we can definitely achieve so many, the sustainability in all aspects. So people talking about many, this is very, very important aspect. The hard sciences and health and well-being, arts and humanities, the government and society, ecology and livelihood. These are the 5 various, factors we have to address, especially the Vedic mathematics, the astronomy, just now highlighted by the other speaker, and metallurgy, material science, architecture, the water engineering and agriculture sciences, very, very, very important. We can integrate with the technology so that we can really get good fruits which are expecting. And health and well-being, Ayurveda and yoga. So one of the the information, statistics saying that the Ayurveda, global yoga industry is a 120 billion market. So such a importance is there. The yoga now, every country, everyone practicing maximum extent, they are very much health conscious. So we have to streamline this aspect. We have to give some kind of scientific this thing in the form of the books, in the form of the various kinds of conversions, where it gives a lot of results. Ayurveda is not the alternative medicine. It is a completely epistemological system with its own anatomy, pharmacology, diagnostics, etc. And nutrition and dietetics, this is also very, very important. The Ayurvedic dietetic science, including seasonal eating, food combinations, and gut health knowledge is being validated by modern microbiome research. This aspect also to be taken in a very, the serious manner. The arts and humanities, the Sanskrit, literature, music, dance, sculpture, and linguistics, aesthetics, also one of the, the important aspects in this breadth of Indian knowledge system. Similarly, the governance and society, the Arthashastra, ethics, etc. comes under, even Panchayatis, all Sarpanch, etc. comes under this one. The ecology and livelihood, the tank irrigation, this is one of the successful story at Telangana. This, the chain and linking of all lakes and successfully worked out at Telangana, many areas and many tanks. Coming to the curriculum integration models for Osmania University, the additive model and integrate model, transformative model, 1 minute, sir. 1 minute only. So we implemented very successfully by taking up these 4 different kinds of models. The credit structure and academic architecture, the UGC framework guidelines, this 5% just now I explained, and suggested the Osmania University framework university-wide foundation course on IKS, the faculty-specific, the IKS elective subjects also floated, and some kind of baskets. We kept so many subjects, and minor in Indian knowledge system, community immersion and field documentation, etc. done at Usman University. Bilingual course also, delivery system options also we have given. The discipline-wise IKS opportunities, the engineering, technology, and management and commerce, and health sciences, agriculture and life sciences, and humanities and social sciences. So these are the various kinds of opportunities, discipline-wise, and lot of scope is there. We have to work seriously to implement this IPS. Then coming to the research integration framework, the 6 aspects we have to consider. One is the foundation, skill building, and field immersion, and research, innovation, and special impacts. Because of lack of time, I could not to explain in a detailed manner, sorry. And then the research themes and digital infrastructure and OU opportunities, Usmania University. Yeah, the traditional water systems and urban resilience in Telangana, just now explained. Like that others, and various challenges and strategic way forward. The perception that traditional knowledge is unscientific, this kind of, the perceptions we have to remove by streamlining this one, and aligned with the, in a scientific way. Lack of the standardized curricula, and the peripheral inclusion, and limited faculty preparedness, and weak community linkage. These are the challenges, and strategic response also designed here. Yeah, so build evidence-based modules and interdisciplinary teaching, and a case studies showing present-day relevances. And our commitment at Usman City, the policy alignment, research leadership, and community partnership, and IKS 100% we implemented, and 5% we implemented is at university, and established Usmania as a national hub for IKS linked research, water systems, heritage, architecture, and all driven, AI driven knowledge system. So this is the final one. I thank you. Integrating the traditional wisdom is not merely preserving the post, it is shaping a more rooted, innovative, and ethical and socially responsible future of higher education. Thank you so much for your kind attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Kumar, for giving wonderful insights. You rightly pointed out the epistemological divide, which it really need to remove, and curricular rigidity which we are facing in every university. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now, I would like to invite our key speaker, Professor Srinivas Varkhedi ji, Vice Chancellor, Central Sanskrit University, Delhi. Please, Professor Varkhedi.
Namasabhayai Sadhyakshayai. My predecessors, the speakers represented different universities. They shared their experiments, and I share my experiences. I represent a very rare kind of higher education institution where IKS, he IKS hai. So there is no chance of 5%. But what we are doing? Central Sanskrit University is a large university with 14 campuses across India, with more than nearly 500 faculty members. We have 10,000 students. Online and open distance education, we have 26 countries, more than 22,000 students. We are reaching out nearly 40,000 students, including the students from IITs, NITs, because they are also part of our Sanskrit learning centers. Starting from basic Sanskrit to many disciplines, including law and yogic science, Hindu studies. Recently, we are entering into different disciplines. मेरा जमाने में मैं जब पढ़ता था, I studied in a Gurukula. उस जमाने में बोलते थे कि Gurukula, all these Gurukula should be modernized. मॉडर्नाइजेशन ऑफ गुरुकुला, भारतीय जितने भी सिस्टम है उसको मॉडर्नाइज बनाओ, ये बात होती थी, मैं सुनता था उसको. आज आई एम वेरी हैप्पी दैट today's 100th year conference of AIU, we are discussing modern education को गुरुकुलाइजेशन से कैसे जोड़ना है, वो विचार चल रहा है. गुरुकुलाइजेशन ऑफ मॉडर्न एजुकेशन, दिस इज द न्यू एरा started and now we have good responses. ऐसा नहीं कि ऊपर से टॉप टू बॉटम मॉडल नहीं है, क्योंकि बहुत सालों से जो लोगों के बीच मन में आता था कि लाइफ से कोई कनेक्शन नहीं है. The education system we are bridging, we are developing has no connection with the life. And even when I interacted with the graduates, they are not good enough to deal with the challenges. So integration of our own traditional knowledge means integration with the life. ये traditional knowledge और कुछ नहीं है, life है बस. So life से integration education को करने के लिए क्या सोचना है क्या? So this topic is very much because it's bringing life to the education. So this is what I understand. दूसरी बात, एक दो कहानी सुनाता हूँ मैं. सुंदर, बहुत सुंदर कहानी है, शाम को अच्छा लगेगा. The one story which you have heard, बीरबल को एक चैलेंज दिया गया. बीरबल on the challenge of his king went in search of a fool in the evenings. So रात हो गया था, वहाँ एक आदमी कुछ ढूंढ रहा था. उनसे पूछा गया, what are you searching for? उन्होंने कहा, मेरा एक की लॉस हो गया है, उसको मैं ढूंढ रहा हूँ. तो देन बहुत लोगों ने जम गए और उनके साथ हेल्प किया. तो बहुत देर हो गया तो नहीं मिल रहा था. तो उनसे पूछा गया कि ये आपने जो खोया है कहाँ खोया है? उन्होंने कहा, बैक साइड में. तो यहाँ क्या क्यों ढूंढ रहे हो? उन्होंने कहा, यहाँ लाइट है इसलिए ढूंढ रहा हूँ. तो प्रॉब्लम इज वी आर सर्चिंग इंडियन नॉलेज इन AI मशीन. ये नहीं मिलने वाला है, इंटरनेट में नहीं मिलने वाला है. बिकॉज वी आर ऑल ऑफ अस इंक्लूडिंग फैकल्टी मेंबर्स, immediately when they want some information about India, Bharat, our own knowledge, we search on internet, we are dependent on Google, and AI machine we look forward to AI machines. The problem is, जहाँ खोया है वहाँ ढूंढ नहीं रहे, जहाँ ढूंढ रहे वहाँ वो खोया नहीं है, वो मिलता नहीं है. क्योंकि मिलने वाला तो है, जहाँ हमारा जो घर में मिलेगा तो वहीं ढूंढना पड़ेगा. AI में नहीं मिलने वाला है, ये पहला मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है. दूसरी बात, जो दो इम्पॉर्टेंट बातें मैंने रविंद्र गुरु जी के ये भारत कथा, भारत आपको मैं इसको देता हूँ. रविंद्र गुरु जी फ्रॉम आदिलाबाद, वो बहुत ही उनके जीवन भर उन्होंने भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा के लिए काम किया है. 15 वॉल्यूम आए हैं. मैं रेकमेंड करता हूँ आप जरूर इसको लीजिएगा. ये कोई लिखा हुआ ग्रंथ नहीं है, केवल संवाद है. एक संवाद में वो बहुत सुंदर बात कहते हैं, मैं पढ़ता हूँ. एक बार हम लोग दौलताबाद के किला देखने गए. किले के ऊपर एक बहुत बड़ी तोप है, जहाँ आदमी का चढ़ना बेहद मुश्किल है. वहाँ इतनी बड़ी तोप पड़ी हुई है, काफ़ी चर्चा चली कैसे तोप को यहाँ चढ़ाया गया होगा. इम्पोर्टेंट चीज़ है ये, क्योंकि हम बहुत लोगों ने बहुत थ्योरी बनाया, क्योंकि पुराने ज़माने में ऐसा लेके जाते थे. उसको बहुत बड़ा रिसर्च हो गया, 1 घंटा चल गया. बाद में गुरुजी बोलते हैं, बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग चीज़ है, हमारे यदि टेक्नोलॉजी को देखेंगे, क्योंकि हमारी जो टेक्नोलॉजी थी उसे चाहते तो बहुत बड़ी बना सकते थे, लेकिन मगर हमारे लोगों ने टेक्नोलॉजी को बहुत सरल रखा था. वो फैक्ट्री में नहीं, जरूरत नहीं था. बाद में पता चला हर कारीगर अपना कारखाना अपना बैग में लेके जाता था. इसका मतलब है वो तोहफा को किसी फैक्ट्री में बनाकर वहां चढ़ाया नहीं गया था, वहीं बनाया गया था. तो इंटरेस्टिंग चीज है, हमारे देश में साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी का स्वरूप ये है. इसको जब समझेंगे, हमें जो वेस्ट का जो मॉडल है उसके नजरियों से हमारे साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी को हम देखते हैं, वो नहीं होगा. उसका समझ हमें नहीं मिलेगा. दूसरा एक उदाहरण बताता हूँ उन्हीं के। हमारे कॉलेज में एक फिरंगी आया था, वेस्टर्न आया था, तो उनका एक कैमरा का स्क्रू गिर गया था। कैमरा का स्क्रू गिर गया तो नहीं मिल रहा था, तो कैमरा फंक्शन नहीं कर रहा था। बाद में बहुत ढूंढने पर उन्होंने सोचा कि ये मिलने वाला नहीं है, मुझे मेरा देश में जाकर उसको रिप्लेस करना होगा कैमरा को। क्योंकि यूज एंड थ्रो मॉडल में आपको कैमरा के लिए एक स्क्रू नहीं मिलेगा, या तो स्क्रू को आपको मंगाने के लिए 15 दिन वेट करना पड़ेगा। भारत में ऐसे जुगाड़ लोग होते हैं, आपके एक साधारण कैमरा का रिपेयर वाले के पास लेके जाएंगे, वो रिपेयर करके देगा आपको, क्योंकि वो स्क्रू भी बना के देगा। तो उस दिन ऐसा हुआ, स्क्रू बना के दे दिया उन्होंने, तो उनको आश्चर्य हुआ। तो तब तुम एक स्क्रू भी बना सकते हो? उनका उत्तर था, हमें बड़े बड़े सिस्टम नहीं बनाते हैं, हम छोटे छोटे चीज़ों में विश्वास रखते हैं। क्योंकि हजारों लाखों संख्या में स्क्रू बनाने का विषय नहीं है, क्योंकि बिजनेस से जोड़ा गया है। स्क्रू हमारे सॉल्यूशन है, सॉल्यूशन हम हमारे घर में बनाएंगे। सो दिस इज द मॉडल ऑफ इंडियन साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी। उसको आप जुगाड़ मत सोचिए, ये वास्तविक रूप से प्रायोगिक है। जहां तक कि प्रयोग में हमारा प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्यूशन दे सकते हैं, तब साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी को प्रूव क्यों करना जरूरत है? ये प्रूफ से कोई मीनिंग नहीं है। आज हमारे साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी का जितने भी एजुकेशन है, प्रूफ से जोड़ा गया है, प्रूफ से नहीं, अपितु अनुभव से जोड़ो। तो आज IKS या ट्रेडिशनल नॉलेज सिस्टम जितने भी हम बात कर रहे हैं, यदि करिकुलम से जोड़ना है तो उसमें हमें क्या करना होगा, कैसे करना होगा? एक नीडम क्वेश्चन से मैं शुरू करता हूँ। समय कितना बचा भाई साहब? 4 मिनट है। तो नीडम क्वेश्चन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट क्वेश्चन है। बहुत लोगों ने यदि पढ़ा होगा तो रद्दम नरसिम्हा का एक आर्टिकल है, आपसे मैं रिक्वेस्ट करता हूँ आप पढ़ सकते हैं इसको। वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग आर्टिकल है। ही स्टार्ट्स विथ नीडम क्वेश्चन। तो द इंडियन हाफ ऑफ नीडम्स क्वेश्चन, उसके ऊपर उन्होंने कुछ कमेंट किया है। जोसेफ नीडम्स का एक बहुत बड़ा क्वेश्चन था, द फेलियर ऑफ चाइना एंड इंडिया टू गिव राइज to distinctively modern science while being ahead of Europe for 14 centuries. कहाँ से हम भटक गए, तो कहाँ से यूरोप आगे चला गया, हम पीछे हट गए। तो इसके क्वेश्चन में बहुत सारे हिस्टोरिकल डिस्कशन भी हुआ है। लास्टली रद्दम नरसिम्हा एक बात बोलते हैं, टू द इंडियंस इट वॉज Newton, who was the extraordinary epistemological revolutionary, not the Gödel. In summary, Indian science could not move forward without model making and technology-enabled experimental abilities. तो बात ये है कि जब वेस्ट अपना बिजनेस मॉडल के आधार पर टेक्नोलॉजी का एक्सपेंशन किया, भारतीय ने उसको सोचा नहीं। क्योंकि भारत में सूत्र बनाने में हम बहुत मशहूर थे, हम साइंस का बहुत बेसिक अंडरस्टैंडिंग बहुत अच्छा था, लेकिन हमने इसको बिजनेस मॉडल बना के टेक्नोलॉजी का बड़ा बड़ा मॉडल बनाने में फेल हो गए। वो इंडस्ट्रियल रेवोल्यूशन के कारण से, क्योंकि रिप्लेसमेंट ऑफ ह्यूमन बीइंग मशीन विद द मशीन्स, ये आइडिया भारत में कभी नहीं रहा है। तो भारत में हमेशा ह्यूमन रिसोर्स को बहुत केंद्र में रखा गया है। तो यही एक हमारा सोच का विचार बदल है। सोच में काफ़ी हम डिफरेंटली सोचते हैं। इसके कारण से हम सूत्र में अच्छे हैं, लेकिन मॉडल मेकिंग में फेल हो गए। क्या हम आज हमारे टेक्नोलॉजी से जो ड्राइव हो रहा है उसमें मॉडल मेकिंग को अपनाएंगे, या हमारे ही मॉडल मेकिंग एक नया तरीका हम निकालेंगे? सो इंडियन मॉडल मेकिंग जब तक हम खड़ा नहीं करेंगे, टेक्नोलॉजी और साइंस को आगे नहीं बढ़ाया जा सकता है। ये सॉल्यूशन रद्दम नरसिम्हा ने अपने आर्टिकल में दिया है। तो हम कहाँ से कहाँ तक जाना है, एक रोड मैप हमें तैयार करना है। आज अतुल जी हम कैसे पढ़ा रहे हैं, 5% एक चैप्टर में जोड़ दो, तो एक चैप्टर जोड़ दो। एक 4 चैप्टर थे और उसको 5वां चैप्टर IKS जोड़ दीजिए, वो IKS हो जाएगा। तो IKS इंटीग्रेशन हो गया। ये ऑयल एंड वाटर का मिक्सिंग है, कभी नहीं जुड़ जाएगा। तो मुझे बहुत लोगों ने, स्टूडेंट्स ने पूछा, क्या सर IKS इज जस्ट हिस्ट्री, मतलब पास को पढ़ा लिया तो IKS हो गया? तो ये क्वेश्चन हमारे बच्चे हमारे सामने, फैकल्टी के सामने करते हैं। इसलिए कैसे उसको आगे लेके जाना है, इसके बारे में गंभीरता के साथ यदि विचार करेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि हमें इंटीग्रेशन के नाम से हिस्ट्री नहीं पढ़ाना है, हिस्ट्री से शुरू करना है। जब हम भारतीय विद्या के पुरातन इतिहास को, जैसे हम हमेशा हर एक साइंस के पीछे एक कहीं हिस्ट्री से शुरू करते हैं, तो ये करना है तो भारतीय से शुरू करना है, ये कॉन्फिडेंस डेवलप करने के लिए। लेकिन आज जितने भी हमारे एक्सपेरिमेंट्स है उसके प्राचीन भारत के इंफॉर्मेशन से नहीं, अभी तो प्राचीन भारत के जो प्रयोग है उस एक्सपीरियंस के साथ इस एक्सपेरिमेंट को जोड़ेंगे। एक्सपीरियंस एंड एक्सपेरिमेंट, इन दोनों को यदि जोड़ के यदि हमारे करिकुलम बनाएंगे तभी होगा। तो इसलिए सिलेबस मेकिंग नहीं है ये, एक क्लासरूम में एक नया टीचर और स्टूडेंट को मिलकर, एक इंस्टीट्यूशन को मिलकर एक नया भारतीय एक्सपीरियंस और टुडेज एक्सपेरिमेंट, इन दोनों को जोड़ के यदि हम काम करेंगे तो नया इंटीग्रेटेड करिकुलम हमारे सामने बनेगा। तो मुझे लगता है कि करिकुलम बनाकर क्लासरूम नहीं के लेके जाना है, अभी तो क्लासरूम में ही करिकुलम बनाना है। तो ये प्रयोग हमें करना चाहिए, इस पर थोड़ा गट्स ज़्यादा चाहिए। इसलिए इंस्टीट्यूशन हेड्स रियली शुड टेक द रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑफ मेकिंग द करिकुलम इन द क्लासरूम, बाहर नहीं है। एक उदाहरण बताता हूँ, हमारे छोटे एक सोर्स टेक्स्ट बुक में एक ऐसा कहा गया था कि अपने रास्ते में, अपने जीवन में जितना आपने ट्रीज को देखा उसका नाम लिखो। तो एक शिवमोगा के एक छोटा सा गांव है, वो गांव में तो वो तो हमारे यहाँ मलनाड बोलते हैं, क्या बोलते हैं इसको, मलनाड है ना, वो वहाँ फॉरेस्ट है। वो बच्चे आ गए, उनको टीचर ने बोला, वो सिटी से आया था, 20 लिखो, वो 200 लिख के आ गए। तो उनको बोला गया था 20 लिखो, तो 200 कहाँ से आ गए, क्योंकि उनका नॉलेज बहुत ज़्यादा है। तो हमारे गांव में या तो भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम को हम ढूंढना चाहते, पुस्तक में मत ढूंढना है, उसको हमारा लाइफ में ढूंढना है। तो हमारे जितने भी हमारे नॉलेज सिस्टम है वो आज भी जीवित है, लाइफ के साथ जुड़ा हुआ है। क्या हम वहाँ से निकाल कर हम पुस्तक में लेके आ सकते हैं, ये क्वेश्चन है। दूसरी बात, हमारे प्राचीन ज्ञान परंपरा का जो संस्कृत में या अन्य भाषाओं में निहित है, उसको हमें एक टीम बनाकर उनके द्वारा, मुझे लगता है कि हमें अभी मूल ग्रंथ का पढ़ने का समय भी नहीं है, वी कैन नॉट डू दैट। देखिए, आपको मोती चाहिए तो कोई नहीं जाकर सागर में जाकर डूब कर कोई मोती ले लेके आएगा, तो दुकान में जाएगा मोती मिलेगा। 100 ईयर्स में मैंने एक एस्टिमेट किया है, IKS मिनिस्ट्री का इसमें भी है, ऑलमोस्ट ऑल 100 ईयर्स फ्रॉम स्टार्टिंग फ्रॉम 1880 टू 1980 तक भारत में मोर देन, बंगाल और कई स्टेट्स में, चंडीगढ़, बंगाल और महाराष्ट्र में खासकर, ऐसे ऐसे दोनों पक्ष को जो जानते थे, भारतीय विद्या और आधुनिक विद्या को जानते, ऐसे कम से कम एक 2-3 हज़ार पुस्तकें मिलते हैं इन हिंदू केमिस्ट्री, फिजिक्स, गणित के बारे में। तो इन पुस्तकों को यदि फिर से हम संग्रह करेंगे, उनको आधुनिक आज के टर्मिनोलॉजी में हमें रीराइट करना होगा, क्योंकि वो रीराइट नहीं होगा, क्योंकि वो समझ में नहीं पाएंगे। तो यदि रीराइट कर पाएंगे, शायद मुझे लगता है कि हमें तुरंत काम करने के लिए बहुत बड़ा मटेरियल मिलेगा। विद दिस नोट आई एंड, 2 बातें मैं जोड़ना चाहता हूँ। UGC ने एक बहुत बड़ा काम किया है, LOCF, लर्निंग आउटकम बेस्ड करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क। उसमें हम लोगों ने कम से कम 300 लोगों ने मिलकर, सेंट्रल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी ने उसको बहुत बड़ा रोल प्ले किया है। वी हैव सप्लाइड मटेरियल्स टू द डिफरेंट मोर देन 30 टीम्स। उसमें लीगल, केमिस्ट्री, फिजिक्स, एस्ट्रोनॉमिकल स्टडीज, मैथमेटिक्स, सब में हमने मटेरियल दिया है। उसके द्वारा लर्निंग आउटकम बेस्ड करिकुलम फ्रेमवर्क मॉडल सिलेबस तैयार है। UGC हैड ऑलरेडी पब्लिश्ड इट। उसमें हमने खुद हमारे विश्वविद्यालय में मोर देन 31 प्रोग्राम्स हमने तैयार किया है। उसमें साइकोलॉजी है, LLB, भारतीय जूरिस्प्रूडेंस का LLB है, और जर्नलिज्म है, टूरिज्म है, AI है, योगिक साइंस है। इसका उपयोग करना चाहिए। और दूसरा, पुणे में ही एक सेंटर है, IKS EDS सेंटर, इनिशिएटेड बाय सेंट्रल संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी एंड डेक्कन कॉलेज। इसमें आपको 2000 ईयर्स के इतिहास में जितने भी हमारे कॉन्सेप्ट है, इंडियन कैटेगरीज है, उनको डिक्शनरी में मिलता है हिस्ट्री के साथ, उसका उपयोग आपको करना चाहिए। और अंतिम रूप से भारतीय ज्ञान जो है वो स्मृति के रूप में उपलब्ध है, लेकिन स्मृति मात्र रहना नहीं चाहिए, स्मृति का विनियोग अनुभव में होना चाहिए। तो इसलिए मैं एक्सपेरिमेंट एंड हमारे जो एक्सपीरियंस, उन दोनों को जोड़ने का प्रयास हम करेंगे। इन्हीं शब्दों से मैं मेरा वक्तव्य समाप्त करता हूँ। उसके बाद जब क्वेश्चन आंसर के संदर्भ में और कुछ मैं शेयर करता हूँ। धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपको रोकने का मन नहीं कर रहा था, लेकिन समय की कमी की वजह से आपने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा। जब आप बता रहे थे तो मुझे भी एक याद आ रहा था, क्योंकि शिमला में कॉन्वेंट स्कूल ज़्यादा हैं। तो एक बार मैं बस में था, तो बस में 2 कॉन्वेंट स्कूल एजुकेटेड लड़कियां थी। तो कंडक्टर ने पूछा कि मुझे 54 रुपये दे दो, तो शी हैज़ गिवन 74। तो बाद में लड़की ने इसको बोला कि तूने ज़्यादा दे दिए। बोली नहीं, मांगे तो 84 थे, मैंने तो केवल 74 दे दिए, 10 रुपये बचा लिए। तो ये हमारी जनरेशन का है। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। आपने सही कहा कि भारत की आत्मा उसकी विरासत में है और उसका भविष्य जो है वो विकास में है। एंड एजुकेशन एम्पावर्स द इंडिविजुअल, नॉलेज एम्पावर्स द नेशन। और सही में सुबह विनय सहस्रबुद्धे जी की एक बात याद आ रही थी, जब उन्होंने कहा कि मंत्री जी ने कहा कि कार मैं चलाता हूँ, और आपने सही कहा कि ड्राइवर ने कहा कि मैं नीचे उतर जाता हूँ। बोले क्यों? बोले ये सरकार नहीं जो राम भरोसे चलेगी। आपने सही कहा, इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम है, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा, ये राम भरोसे नहीं चलेगा, हमें सबको तपस्या करनी पड़ेगी। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब मैं आग्रह करूँगा आदरणीय डॉक्टर अतुल भाई जी से, प्लीज़।
भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा इस सत्र की अध्यक्षता कर रहे प्रोफेसर बंसल जी, सभागार में उपस्थित और मंच पर उपस्थित सभी सम्मान्य कुलपति महोदय। मैंने बंसल जी को कहा कि मैंने कहा बहुत लेट हो रहा है, तो मैंने कहा छोड़ दीजिए, मैंने कहा मुझे तो कल समापन में भी कुछ रखना है विषय। तो उन्होंने कहा नहीं कुछ तो आप बोलिए। तो मैं बहुत संक्षिप्त में कुछ पॉइंट्स सिर्फ बताऊंगा। वो पॉइंट्स के बारे में आपको कोई स्पष्टता चाहिए तो आप प्रश्न करिएगा, तो फिर चर्चा करेंगे, क्योंकि वो बहुत व्यापक विषय है। और एक मेरा पेपर है, इस पर एक 6-7 पेज का पेपर है, हिंदी इंग्लिश दोनों भाषा में। आप जिसको चाहिए उसको मैं दे सकता हूँ बाद में। सबसे पहले तो भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ AIU की शताब्दी वर्ष निमित्त संघ के सम्मानीय अध्यक्ष महासचिव डॉक्टर पंकज मित्तल जी और आप सभी का बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन। मेरी दृष्टि है IKS कोई एक विषय नहीं है, अभी IKS एक विषय बन गया देश में। एक ऐसे ही सम्मेलन में भी 2 दिन पहले की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं था, तो इसी भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा विषय पर मुझे बोलना था। तो मैंने पूछा कि IKS का फुल फॉर्म कितने लोगों को मालूम है, तो लगभग 25% लोगों ने हाथ उठाया था। तो मुझे बहुत पुरानी घटना याद है कि मैं पहली बार मुंबई गया था, बहुत वर्षों पहले की बात है। तो मेरी बुआ वहाँ आतिया रहती है वहाँ, तो वो SV रोड पर रहती है। तो मैंने उनको पूछा बुआ को, मैंने कहा SV रोड का नाम क्या है, पूरा नाम? तो SV रोड का नाम SV रोड है। इनके बच्चे को पूछा, उन्होंने वो उत्तर दिया। फिर आप जैसे विद्वान को मैंने एक ने पूछा, तो कि भाई साहब इसका नाम स्वामी विवेकानंद रोड है। तो मैंने कहा देश में SV रोड, MG रोड बहुत मिल जाएंगे, महात्मा गांधी रोड, स्वामी विवेकानंद रोड कहीं नहीं मिलेगा आपको। तो आज तो आप तो बड़े विद्वान लोग हैं, तो बरोबर है, बाकी 5-10 साल के बाद IKS का फुल फॉर्म बहुत कम लोगों को मालूम होगा, जिस प्रकार IKS चल रहा है। तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है IKS को एक विषय नहीं है। और मेरी दृष्टि से तो इस शब्द के बारे में भी पुनर्विचार करना चाहिए। शब्द भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा है, क्योंकि IKS यानी इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम, जब से इंडिया शब्द हमारे पर अंग्रेजों ने थोपा, तब से तुम्हारी ज्ञान परंपरा समाप्ति की ओर आगे बढ़ी। और जो अभी ज्ञान परंपरा चल रही है वो तो IKS की चल रही है, तो उसमें कुछ करने की ज़्यादा जरूरत नहीं है। और हमारे यहाँ हर एक शब्द का अर्थ होता है। इंडिया शब्द का कोई अर्थ आपको कहीं नहीं मिलेगा। मैंने ऑक्सफोर्ड डिक्शनरी में गूगल पर जाकर देख लिया। मैं कह रहा हूँ नहीं, इसलिए आप प्रार्थना करता हूँ कि आज रात को शाम को समय मिले तब देखिए गूगल पर जाकर। इनका भावार्थ बता रहे हैं, वो भी ऐसा है कि हमको संपूर्ण रूप से अपमानित करने वाला है, इस शब्द का अर्थ जो बता रहे हैं इसमें। तो जो हमको अपमानित करने वाला शब्द एक विदेशी नाम पर थोपा है, जिसका कोई शब्द का अर्थ नहीं है, उसको क्यों 75 ईयर्स के बाद हम ढो रहे हैं, ये मेरे मन में प्रश्न आता है। इसलिए मैं तो कहता हूँ कि इंग्लिश में भी भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा इस शब्द का प्रयोग करना चाहिए। फिर भी अच्छा, बहुत इंग्लिश बोलना अच्छा बोलना है तो भारतीय नॉलेज ट्रेडिशन बोली, तो इस पर विचार करें, ऐसे एक प्रार्थना है मेरी आप सबसे। भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा पर जब काम करना है तो आज तो प्रश्न ये है कि भारतीय ज्ञान है क्या, क्योंकि लास्ट 175 ईयर से हमारी सिस्टम से हमने भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को बाहर कर दिया है। और भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को समझना है तो पहले भारतीय तत्व ज्ञान, फिलोसॉफी, भारतीय दर्शन क्या है, इसको समझना पड़ेगा हम लोगों को। बस एक ही शब्द में सिर्फ कहता हूं कि भारतीय दर्शन तत्व ज्ञान को अगर एक ही शब्द में कहना है तो वह है एकत्व की परिकल्पना, वननेस इंग्लिश में कहना है। तो अभी विस्तृत में नहीं जाता हूं, आप पूछना है बाद में चर्चा में करेंगे। तो ये जो संकल्पना है भारतीय दर्शन तत्व ज्ञान की, उसको समझेंगे तो पूरा भारतीय ज्ञान फिर समझना बहुत आसान हो जाएगा, और वो बहुत व्यापक है। और वो बातें हमारे जीवन व्यवहार में बहुत थी, आज भी है। दुनिया में वसुधैव कुटुंब किसी देश ने नहीं कहा, हमने क्यों कहा? क्योंकि हमारी एकत्व की परिकल्पना, वननेस का कॉन्सेप्ट है हमारा, इसलिए बाकी दुनिया में कहीं नहीं है वो। अभी भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा, जैसे श्रीनिवास जी भी बता रहे थे, बंसल जी भी कह रहे थे शायद, कि इसको हर विषय में, हर सब्जेक्ट में कैसे इनकलकेट करना है, इसका विचार करना पड़ेगा। क्योंकि हर विषय में भारतीय ज्ञान अलग अलग है, स्वतंत्र है। फिजिक्स में स्वतंत्र है, केमिस्ट्री में अलग है, साइकोलॉजी में अलग है, हर विषय का भारतीय ज्ञान स्वतंत्र है। तो इसलिए हर विषय में भारतीय ज्ञान का समावेश कैसे करना है, इस पर काम करना पड़ेगा। और राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में कहा गया है कि शिक्षा के सभी स्तर पर भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का समावेश की बात की है, यानी होलिस्टिक अप्रोच इसमें लाना है। इसलिए सिर्फ सिलेबस करिकुलम तक सीमित नहीं है विषय। हाँ, सिलेबस करिकुलम ये बेस तो है, एजुकेशन में कोई चेंज करना है तो उसका बेस करिकुलम सिलेबस ही है, ये तो है। इसलिए प्राथमिकता तो उसमें ही करना है। और जिसको ओरिजिनल काम करना है तो हमारे जो आधारभूत ग्रंथों है, इस पर जाना पड़ेगा। वेद, उपनिषद, ब्राह्मण ग्रंथ है, फिर जैनों का आगम है, बौद्धों का त्रिपिटक है, सिखों का गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब है। ऐसे सैकड़ों की मात्रा में इस प्रकार के जो आधारभूत ग्रंथ है, जिनको मूल टेक्स्ट देखना है, इसको ओरिजिनल काम करना है। लेकिन जैसे बताया, वैसे सब संस्कृत जानते नहीं। आज मुश्किल ये है, हमारे जो विभिन्न विषयों के आधुनिक विद्वान है हमारे, वो संस्कृत नहीं जानते, और जो संस्कृत जानते हैं वो आधुनिक विषय का ज्ञान नहीं है उनके पास। इसलिए राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में कहा है कि संस्कृत यूनिवर्सिटी में भी मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच लाना है, और बरखेड़ी जी ने अपने यहाँ काम शुरू कर दिया है कुछ मात्रा में। तो इसलिए लेकिन ये मूल ग्रंथ नहीं समझ सकते, नहीं पढ़ सकते, कोई बात नहीं। जिन्होंने भारतीयता पर ओरिजिनल काम किया है देश और दुनिया में, भारत में नहीं सिर्फ, देश और दुनिया में मैं कह रहा हूँ, इन्होंने ये मूल ग्रंथों को देखा है और वहीं से विचार लेकर कार्य किया है। हमारे पास एक पुस्तक है, भारत क्या है पुस्तक का नाम है, वो हिंदी, इंग्लिश, मराठी कई भाषाओं में है। उस पुस्तक में क्या है कि विश्व के विद्वानों ने, चाहे नोबेल पारितोषिक विजेता होंगे, चाहे साइंटिस्ट होंगे, चाहे एकेडमिशियन होंगे, आदि आदि, इन सबों ने भारत, भारतीय संस्कृति, भारतीय ट्रेडिशन, भारतीय भाषाओं के बारे में क्या कहा है, वो विथ रेफरेंस है उसमें। और उसमें अनेक महानुभावों ने वेद उपनिषद का उल्लेख किया है अपने कथन में। अर्थात इन्होंने वेद उपनिषद पढ़ा है शायद। और उनके मुखपुष्ट मेन पेज पर आइंस्टाइन का एक कोटेशन है। आइंस्टाइन ने लिखा है कि भारत के ऋषि मुनियों ने, आज हम साइंटिस्ट कहते हैं, एकेडमिशियन कहते हैं, तब ऋषि मुनि कहते थे, उन्होंने अगर गणित का, मैथमेटिक्स का नॉलेज दुनिया को नहीं दिया होता तो आज साइंस और टेक्नोलॉजी में जो रिसर्च, अनुसंधान आदि आदि हो रहा है वो पॉसिबल ही नहीं होता। तो इस प्रकार का जिसने काम किया है, तो इसको चाहे विदेशी विद्वान होंगे, चाहे विवेकानंद होंगे, चाहे रामानुजन होंगे, चाहे प्रफुल्ल चंद्र राय होंगे, चाहे अब्दुल कलाम होंगे, इन सबों की ऐसी लाखों पुस्तकें देश में हर विषय की पुस्तक है, और वो आजकल अपनी अपनी भाषाओं में उपलब्ध बहुत सारी है, इंग्लिश हिंदी में तो है ही है। तो इन पुस्तकों का भी हम आधार ले सकते हैं, और इसका पाठ्यक्रम में, सिलेबस करिकुलम में कैसे समावेश करना, इसका पूरा एक सिलेबस की दृष्टि से एक विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। जब सिलेबस तैयार करते हैं तो देश भर में मैं घूमता हूँ, यूनिवर्सिटी, IIT, NIT सब जगह जाता हूँ, बहुत सारे कहते हैं कि हमारे नए पाठ्यक्रम तैयार हो गए, नए सिलेबस करिकुलम हो गया। अभी इतना कोई आसान काम नहीं है ये मेरी दृष्टि से। एक जो होलिस्टिक अप्रोच लाकर समग्रता की दृष्टि, जो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में जाना पड़ेगा, इसलिए देखना पड़ेगा, विजिट करना पड़ेगा कि जो जो बातें उसमें कही उस सबको हमने सिलेबस में इनकलकेट किया है क्या। जैसे एग्जाम्पल के लिए एक शिक्षा नीति में कहा है कि हमारी हायर एजुकेशन में 5% भी प्रैक्टिकलिटी नहीं है, तो सिलेबस तैयार करते समय प्रैक्टिकलिटी कैसे आए इसमें, इस पर भी काम करना पड़ेगा। फिर कई टर्मिनोलॉजी, जो शब्दावली है हमारी, इन्होंने बहुत सारा नुकसान किया है हमारे देश का। जैसे एक शब्द चलता है सेक्युलरिज्म, तो इनका हमने हिंदी क्या कर दिया, हिंदी आपने अपनी भाषा में धर्मनिरपेक्ष। तो जिन्होंने जो ये संविधान, हिंदी संविधान पर काम किया था, डॉक्टर ब्रजकिशोर शर्मा जी मेरे मित्र थे, अभी तो नहीं रहे इस दुनिया में, तो उन्होंने मुझे स्वयं कहा है कि हमने जब काम किया संविधान पर, तब हमने कई विद्वानों से चर्चा करके और माननीय राष्ट्रपति से चर्चा करके हमने पंथ निरपेक्ष शब्द लिखा है। पंथ, मजहब, संप्रदाय और धर्म में बहुत अंतर है। तो ऐसे जो जो शब्दों का क्या शब्द प्रयोग करना, नहीं करना, इस पर पुनर्विचार करना पड़ेगा। आप ऑक्सफोर्ड डिक्शनरी देखिए, आप जैसे विद्वान ही कहते हैं, मैं तो बहुत ज्यादा विद्वान नहीं हूं इस प्रकार का, कि वहां धोती का धोती लिखा गया, गुरु का गुरु लिखा गया, धर्म का धर्म ही लिखा गया है। वो तो समझते हैं, हम समझते हैं कि नहीं, प्रश्न वहां है कि कुछ शब्दों का अनुवाद, ट्रांसलेशन नहीं हो सकता है। तो इस तरह से कौन सी टर्मिनोलॉजी का प्रयोग करना, इस पर विचार करना पड़ेगा। और इसके साथ साथ पेडागोजी, पढ़ाने की पद्धतियां, शिक्षा अधिगम, इस पर भी विचार करना पड़ेगा। आज कई कुलगुरु, कुलपति मुझे कहते, मिलते थे, अरे भाई साहब क्या करें, बच्चे ही क्लास में नहीं आते। तो मैं कहता हूँ क्यों आएंगे, तो क्या आप कह रहे, मैंने कहा तो क्यों, मैंने कहा वही रटे रटाए लेक्चर चलते रहेंगे तो आज के बच्चे बहुत बुद्धिमान है, वो कहेंगे आपके लेक्चर से तो अच्छे लेक्चर यूट्यूब पर बहुत है, इसलिए यूनिवर्सिटी में आने की क्या जरूरत है हमको। तो अगर इसका हमने चिंतन विचार नहीं किया तो 5-10 साल के बाद बच्चे ढूंढने जाने पड़ेंगे, पकड़ने जाने पड़ेगा, ये बैठिए यूनिवर्सिटी में। तो पेडागोजी लेवल पर बदलाव बड़े पैमाने पर आया। हमारे यहाँ तो, हमारी भारतीय पद्धति में तो कहते हैं कि 32 प्रकार की 32 टाइप ऑफ टीचिंग मेथोडोलॉजी थी। तो इसका भी साथ साथ विचार करना है। शोध, अनुसंधान, रिसर्च, इनोवेशन, स्किल डेवलपमेंट, इसमें भारतीय दृष्टि कैसे लाना है। जैसे एक बहुत शब्द उपयोग होता है नीड बेस्ड रिसर्च, वो भारतीय दृष्टि है। हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा था कि लोकल को वोकल करो। जिस एरिया में यूनिवर्सिटी है, संस्थान है, वहाँ की लोकल नीड है, उसको अनुसार रिसर्च, इनोवेशन, स्किल डेवलपमेंट की बात होनी चाहिए। ये भारतीय दृष्टि है रिसर्च इनोवेशन में। फिर जो सबसे बड़ी हमारी प्रॉब्लम है शिक्षा की, वो है एग्जामिनेशन इवेल्यूशन। 365 दिन की पढ़ाई और 3 घंटे में इवेल्यूशन, ऐसी दुनिया में भयानक सिस्टम कोई हो नहीं सकती। उस समय बच्चा बीमार हो गया, उसके घर में कुछ हो गया तो हम इनकी जिंदगी बर्बाद कर देते हैं। तो इसमें होलिस्टिक अप्रोच कैसे लाना है? राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में कहा है 360 डिग्री इवेल्यूशन। तो इस पर बहुत बड़ा काम करने की आवश्यकता है। हमने एक भोपाल में एक 2 दिन का राष्ट्रीय संगोष्ठी किया था, लेकिन अभी काफी काम करना है इस पर। तो ये इस पर भी कैसे विचार करना पड़ेगा हमने काम करने का। फिर वैल्यूज को कैसे इनकलकेट करना है, चाहे हमारे संवैधानिक मूल्य हो, नैतिक मूल्य हो, सोशल वैल्यूज हो, आदि आदि। इसको कैसे हर सिलेबस में, हर पार्ट में कैसे इनकलकेट करना है। शिक्षा में आध्यात्मिक दृष्टि कैसे लाना है। पहला कमीशन बना था जो हायर एजुकेशन का, डॉक्टर राधाकृष्णन का 49 में, उन्होंने भी यही बात की थी कि शिक्षा में आध्यात्मिक दृष्टि लानी चाहिए, आध्यात्मिकता होनी चाहिए, स्पिरिचुअलिटी होनी चाहिए। यही बात रिपीट की है इस नीति ने। इस पर विचार करना पड़ेगा। और शिक्षा का जो आधारभूत लक्ष्य है, एम ऑफ एजुकेशन है, वो है व्यक्तित्व का विकास, होलिस्टिक डेवलपमेंट ऑफ चाइल्ड एंड कैरेक्टर बिल्डिंग। उसका हर सिलेबस में कैसे इनकलकेट करना है उनको। तो हम लोग पंचकोश आधारित ये चरित्र निर्माण व्यक्तित्व के समग्र विकास के, उनका हमने स्कूल से लेकर यूनिवर्सिटी तक का पाठ्यक्रम बनाया है। लेकिन वो अलग पाठ्यक्रम है, वो लंबे समय नहीं चलेगा। हर सब्जेक्ट के अनुसार उसको फिर इसमें इनकलकेट करने की बात करनी पड़ेगी। तो ये हमारे पास पुस्तक है, वो एक प्रकार से मॉडल है कि पंचकोश की संकल्पना है, वो तो हजारों साल पुरानी, तैत्तिरीय उपनिषद में ओरिजिनल है, बाकी तो बहुत सारे ग्रंथों में फिर आया है। लेकिन आज के 10 साल के बच्चे को भी लगना चाहिए कि हमारे लिए यूजफुल है। इस प्रकार के आज के मॉडर्न एरा से कनेक्ट करना पड़ेगा हर सब्जेक्ट को। तो फिर हमारे परिवेश, हमारी व्यवस्थापन है, हमारा प्रबंधन है, हमारा मैनेजमेंट है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, इसमें भारतीयता कैसे लाना है। एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन और मैनेजमेंट में ह्यूमन अप्रोच होना चाहिए, ह्यूमन फेस होना चाहिए उसका। तो इस प्रकार से एक समग्रता से इस पर काम करने की आवश्यकता है। ये जो होलिस्टिक अप्रोच की बात की है शिक्षा नीति ने, वो ये है कि सिर्फ एक पाठ्यक्रम तक बात सीमित नहीं रखनी है। शिक्षा के सभी स्तर पर भारतीयता, भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा, भारतीय दृष्टि लाना है, तब फिर बदलाव होगा। और हम पढ़ाने वाले और पढ़ने वाले दोनों विद्वान लोग माने जाते हैं, तो उनके मन में प्रश्न उठता है, तर्क उठते हैं कि भारतीय ज्ञान की आवश्यकता क्या है, क्या आज उपयोगी है, क्या रिलेवेंट है, क्या आवश्यक है, क्या देश और दुनिया के लिए उपयोगी है क्या। तब तो उपयोग है, नहीं तो कोई हमारा ज्ञान है इसलिए लाना, ये कोई लॉजिक तो नहीं है। तो मैं कहता हूं कि आज जो वर्ल्ड के सामने, देश और दुनिया के सामने जो चैलेंजेस है, जो प्रॉब्लम्स है, इसमें मैक्सिमम का सॉल्यूशन भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम में है। एक ही अंतिम बात करके पूरी करता हूं कि योग 2015 से योग दिवस अंतर्राष्ट्रीय स्तर पर मनाना प्रारंभ हुआ। उसी वर्ष में अमेरिका जब गया था, मैंने देखा कि भारत से ज्यादा तो योग के सेंटर अमेरिका में खुले हैं। इंग्लैंड में तो योग बहुत कॉस्टली है, इसलिए हाई सोसाइटी के लिए योग है, इतना कॉस्टली है। और कई मुस्लिम कंट्री ने भी योग स्वीकार कर लिया। क्यों? क्योंकि आज जो वैश्विक मानव समुदाय के सामने सबसे बड़ा चैलेंज है वो मेंटल हेल्थ, स्ट्रेस, तनाव का है। इसका सॉल्यूशन किसी भी मेडिकल साइंस में नहीं है और उसका सॉल्यूशन योग में है। वो दुनिया के सभी ने एक्सपीरियंस कर लिया, इसलिए उन्होंने इसको एक्सेप्ट किया। लेकिन उनको तो चैलेंज आया, प्रॉब्लम है, इसलिए वो स्वीकार किया और प्रयोग कर रहे हैं। हमारे यहाँ तो हजारों साल की योग की परंपरा है। जब कोई मेंटल हेल्थ का स्ट्रेस का कोई प्रॉब्लम ही नहीं था। इसका तात्पर्य मीनिंग क्या है कि भारतीय नॉलेज सिस्टम ये है कि प्रॉब्लम क्रिएट ही ना हो, और क्रिएट हो तो भी हमारे पास सॉल्यूशन है। इस प्रकार की ये नॉलेज ट्रेडिशन, नॉलेज सिस्टम है। लास्ट 175 ईयर्स से हम इससे वंचित रहे, और इसको फिर से सिस्टम में लाना है और भारत में और दुनिया में पहुंचाना है उसको फिर से। तो उनका स्टार्टिंग तो एजुकेशन से ही होगा, क्योंकि एजुकेशन किसी भी सिस्टम का बेस होता है, नींव होती है। इसलिए एजुकेशन पर इस विजन से काम करने की जरूरत है। इस विषय पर IKS एक विषय आ गया और कुछ छोटी मोटी बातें जोड़ दी पाठ्यक्रम में, उससे काम नहीं होगा। ये हाँ, स्टार्टिंग में होता है, फर्स्ट स्टेप वो भी होता है, उसमें कोई गलत काम नहीं है कोई। लेकिन ये बहुत बड़ा विजन है कि हम विकसित भारत की बात करते हैं या विश्वगुरु भारत की बात करते हैं। विकसित भारत यानी विश्वगुरु भारत यानी क्या, कि भारत को हमने अमेरिका, रसिया, चाइना नहीं बनाना है, दुनिया का दादा नहीं बनाना है, दुनिया को शस्त्रों की होड़ में नहीं ले जाना है। भारत विकसित बने या विश्वगुरु बने, इसका तात्पर्य यह है कि जो गरीब है, पीड़ित है, दलित है, वंचित है, ऐसा व्यक्ति हो, ऐसा समाज हो, ऐसा राष्ट्र हो, इन सबको सहयोग करना, समर्थन करना और उसके प्रश्नों के समाधान में अपनी भूमिका निर्माण करना, ऐसे नागरिकों का, ऐसे छात्रों का निर्माण करने का काम शिक्षा क्षेत्र का काम है। ये विकसित भारत, विश्वगुरु भारत की कल्पना है हमारी है। इस दृष्टि से और उनका बेस बनेगा, वो भारतीय नॉलेज ट्रेडिशन ही बन सकता है। इसलिए राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में शिक्षा के सभी स्तर पर भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा का समावेश की बात की है। तो इतना ही संक्षिप्त बात करके मैं मेरी बात पूरी करता हूँ। मुझे इस विषय प्रस्तुत करने का अवसर दिया और मेरे विचार व्यक्त करने का अवसर दिया आपने, इसलिए भारतीय विश्वविद्यालय संघ और आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भाई साहब, क्योंकि काफ़ी विश्वविद्यालयों ने ये अपने अपने स्तर पे कोशिश जारी भी कर दी है टर्मिनोलॉजी की। कईयों ने इंडिया को भारत लिखना शुरू कर दिया है, कुलपति को कुलगुरु लिखना शुरू कर दिया है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अब केवल बहुत छोटा समय है प्रश्न अपने जी। अपना ममता जी छोटी इंट्रोडक्शन और उसके बाद।
Good evening everyone. I am Dr. Mamta Rani Agrawal, Additional Secretary with the Association of Indian Universities. I don't know, I don't have a question. I think it is a suggestion. बहुत ही परम आदरणीय अतुल जी भाई कोठारी जी, very honorable chairperson Satprakash Bansal ji and all the eminent panelists. We are suffering from a huge dichotomy. I think we all talk about Indian knowledge system, Bharatiya Gyan Parampara, and maybe driven by the market forces. Most of our children go to all the English medium schools. They all travel into the different parts of the world for studies. And we keep on talking about that, let's be Bharatiya Gyan Parampara. But when I say that, I am extremely sensitive to what I am talking about. I come from a very, very small village, and to me, Bharatiya Gyan Parampara is a way of life. हम जीते कैसे हैं और हमारा पूरा जो जीवन का ढंग है, everything teaches us. I want to give you a very small example. I was very sad when my children did not know how to give ahuti, and it's a very personal example. They were not able to read Sundarkand very well. So my both children went to a school, famous school in Delhi, modern school, Barakhamba Road. So the principal did an experiment. I'm not too sure if it is still working. She took children to a remote village of Uttarakhand for 10 days without any phones, without any connectivity. Children were to cook their own meal. They were to interact with all the villagers. Why am I giving this example? Because I want this distinguished panel to take it back to the government and tell that this is how our way of life, our Gyan Parampara, will actually be deeply rooted in our children. At an age which is impressionable. बच्चों को वहाँ उस घर में ऐसे रखा गया, उनसे खाना बनवाया गया। तो पहले उन्हें नहीं बनाना आता था। पहले तो they got acclimatized की क्या गांव कैसे होते हैं, कैसे लोग रहते हैं। तो जो बच्चे खाना बना रहे थे 9वीं के 10वीं के, उन्होंने उसमें हल्दी नहीं डाली। So the village lady, She asked, तो उसने बोला क्या फर्क पड़ता है? Say it makes no difference to the taste of the food which we are eating. उसने बोला पर आपको पता नहीं पे. She did not say in the language which I am saying कि हल्दी anti-inflammatory है. Haldi is the best antioxidant. So whatever I am telling, it came back to me from my son. So that is the reason I am telling you an experiment which can be hugely successful. पहली बात. दूसरी बात, जब उन्होंने खाना बनाया और जो कुछ खाना उन्होंने नहीं खाया, then they wanted to dispose it off to the nearby pond. You know, she came and said कि आप खाने को, जो आप पहली बात आप खाना बचाएंगे नहीं, और अगर वो बच गया है तो आप कभी भी उसे अपने तालाब में डालेंगे नहीं. ये तो हमारे जीवन का स्रोत है. That is the most powerful lesson in sustainability. So everything not to be written the way it is, everything not to be written on books and taught through a curriculum transaction, a very powerful pedagogy in the class. Sometimes it can be taught. I'll give you just a couple of 30 more seconds. When the food was prepared and it was served, they were told कि because it was a hot month कि सबसे पहले आप जो चिड़िया हैं उनके लिए इस उसमें कटोरी में 2-3 जगह पानी रख दीजिए, और जो भी आपने बनाया है उसमें से एक रोटी गाय की और एक थोड़ा दीजिए. That gives the feeling of oneness. You know how Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. This is an example of how we can teach our children what is Bharat. And when the food was served, they were told, always serve first to the people who are aged, then serve it to the animals because they cannot speak, they cannot demand, then serve it to your seniors who are more in age and you rever them or you have a very respectful disposition for them, and then you eat yourself. So I think if we want, I'm sure the governments, all these policies will have an impact.
आप
But if you really want an impact, I
आप
think at an impressionable age,
आपने बिल्कुल
children are to be given
जी
experiential
जी
learning.
जी
Thank you so much.
जी आपने बिल्कुल ठीक कहा.
नहीं,
क्योंकि
एक मिनट
हाँ
रुको,
जी
एक- ये जो आप कह रहे हो नहीं, फिर करणीय काम क्या है इसमें, पेडेगोजी में क्या करना, ये सब कह रही हो. सिद्धांत है, अभी तो क्या है सिद्धांत की बात, आपकी बात बहुत बहुत अच्छी है, लेकिन वो फिर एक्टिविटीज क्या करानी बच्चों को, वो है स्कूल में क्या करनी, कॉलेज में क्या करनी, यूनिवर्सिटी क्या करनी, ये विषय आप कह रही. ठीक बात.
सर मैं ये कह रही हूँ कि जो हमारी भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा है वो हमारे जीवन जीने की शैली है.
ठीक है, वो ठीक
तो वो उस शैली को जानने के लिए और उसका अनुकरण करने के लिए हमें अपने बच्चों को, जब वो इम्प्रेशनेबल एज में है, उन्हें ऐसे
नहीं,
वातावरण
समझ
में
गए
रखना
ना.
होगा, अगर 10 दिन के लिए भी सही,
वही
जिससे कि वो उसका अनुकरण करे और उसको
वही
बहुत ही
वही एक्टिविटीज
deeply
है.
समझे.
जी
I just would like to tell one very small observation. Curriculum and pedagogy and incorporation of IQS into the curriculum and pedagogy that has been discussed widely. But there is one more aspect that is called hidden curriculum. उसको silent curriculum भी बोलते हैं. तो I feel that ये IQS जो है ये hidden curriculum में भी है और silent curriculum में भी है. Thank you.
जी आप दोनों का एक ही था. एक बार स्वामी विवेकानंद जी को पूछा गया, एक पत्रकार ने पूछा कि संपर्क और जुड़ाव में क्या फ़र्क है, तो उन्होंने बहुत सुंदर आंसर दिया. क्योंकि आजकल हम संपर्क में ज़्यादा हैं, जुड़ाव कम है. फैमिली जो हम चाहे हम एक ही घर में रह रहे हैं, चाहे वो दूसरे शहर में रह रहे हैं.
Until I listened to Honorable Atulji, there were so many questions came into my mind. And it was the questions which arise in my mind were modern approach and the pretty old approach, which we call a traditional approach. So the question that I was to ask, if for example, we teach the student, he puts in 4 or 5 years of his life and then comes out of the university. After learning this, getting conditioned to such kind of thing, what would be his or her graduate activities? So that was the question which came into my mind. And this has a modern relevance. But then after listening to the things got changed. And then when I, in retrospect, when I tried to judge all the eminent speakers, it appeared to me like whether I was trying to, it is like a story of the 7 blind and 1 elephant. And what that exact elephant is that Atulji made home the point. Right from how to, what the exact term could have been to the Indian knowledge system, what it is expected of. And where the Vidya and the Gyan, what are the boundaries between the two, how one has to see it through the different perspectives. And that is what exactly and precisely is expected of. If I understand it correctly, then the kind of confusion it created in the mind that would have been wiped out earlier. But still this question remains. Once a student gets graduated, what is the attributes that we are expecting for what he would become a competent in a, say for example, a mathematician after getting a degree, what is his graduate attribute? The fundamental attribute is he should acquire a computational ability at least.
Yeah.
1 plus 1.
Now please, because we have to wind up the session.
So, if you could answer that question, and taking Atulji in at the center point, I would be very much obliged to listen.
Because education empowers the individual and knowledge empowers the nation. And here, whatever we have adopted the education system in our country, we neglected the second part. That is, I believe. भाई जी कुछ कहना चाहेंगे आप? जी जी.
Sir, last
question.
Last question. मैं Dr. Alok Mishra, Joint Secretary AIU. Sir, only thing that's the very good panel discussion, and really that Atul Bhai sir has made a dialogue between this IKS system, that Indian knowledge system, and Bharati Gyan Parampara. That was really, I think too many universities started to change the name also. But recently a book that we has written, that's one book, that's the ancient knowledge is the AI versus AI, the ancient knowledge versus AI. So too many names are coming. But important thing, this ये ज्ञान परंपरा है हमारी, वो जो अर्ली एज है, अर्ली एज में भारतीय ज्ञान परंपरा को वहाँ, अब ये डिपार्टमेंट विश्वविद्यालयों में बन रहे हैं, लेकिन इम्पॉर्टेंट है कि वो जो हमारी स्कूल की उसमें है, तो मेरा क्वेश्चन है कि इसके बारे में पैनल का क्या राय है कि इसको किस एज में हमें इम्प्लीमेंट करने की वो चीज़ है कि परंपरा जो है वो तो कल्चर से इसमें आती है, तो हम विश्वविद्यालयों में पढ़ाएंगे तो वो मतलब एक साइकिल है उसकी कि वहाँ से लोग पढ़ के निकले और पढ़ाने जाएं, बट वो है कि पैनल की क्या राय है कि वो इस ज्ञान परंपरा को वो हम किस एज में लेके आएँ. लोग इंडिया कहते बड़े हुए इसलिए वो इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम को शायद समझ पा रहे हैं, बट अगर हम अर्ली कुछ ऐसा कि किस वहाँ पे करें तो एज क्या होनी चाहिए और वहाँ पर हम किस प्रकार से उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करें वहाँ पे जो है
जी.
तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि पैनल की राय इस पर क्या है.
इसकी कोई एज नहीं हो सकती है. अभी जो एनसीईआरटी ने स्कूल लेवल का यानी पहले 5th ईयर, अभी 5+4+4 ये आया ना सिस्टम, 5+3+3+4 ये स्कूल लेवल पर सिस्टम जो भी आया है, यानी बिफोर 3 इयर्स यानी और क्लास 1 बिफोर 3 इयर्स जिसको आंगनवाड़ी आजकल कहते हैं, और क्लास 1 to 5 इयर्स, तो उसमें पंचकोश की बात लाई है और उसमें कहा है कि बच्चों को एक्टिविटी से खेल खेल में सिखाना. बच्चों को बहुत पढ़ाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है और हमारी मूल पद्धति है कि बच्चों को पढ़ाना नहीं है, बच्चों को कैसे पढ़ना वो सिखाना है. तो वहाँ से शुरू होगा. लेकिन वो हमने जो चरित्र निर्माण और व्यक्तित्व के समग्र विकास का पाठ्यक्रम बनाया है तो उसका स्कूल लेवल का है, उसमें पाठ्यक्रम वो बच्चों के लिए नहीं है. उनको एक्टिविटीज़ करानी है। वो 5 कोर्स है, हर कोर्स के अनुसार क्या क्या एक्टिविटीज़ करानी है, इसकी एक पुस्तक है। इसमें 300 एग्जाम्पल है कि स्कूल में उसको कैसे इनकलकेट करना है, इम्प्लीमेंट कैसे करना है। और उसका रिजल्ट आप देखो कि जिन्होंने सीरियसली गंभीरता से इसको इम्प्लीमेंट किया, जो स्कूल में, ऐसे मैं आपको 4-5 स्कूल का एग्जाम्पल बता सकता हूँ। ये मैं नालंदा तक्षशिला स्कूल की बात नहीं कर रहा हूँ, आज की बात कर रहा हूँ 2026 की, कि वहाँ विदाउट सुपरवाइजर एग्ज़ाम होता है और वो बच्चे कॉपी नहीं करते। इससे बड़ा वैल्यू एजुकेशन क्या होगा? तो इस प्रकार के ये बदलाव आज भी आ सकता है। तो हायर लेवल पर फिर बच्चों को दोनों बात होगी, प्रैक्टिकल और थियरी दोनों। तो हमने हायर लेवल का जो सिलेबस बनाया उसमें 50% प्रैक्टिकल, 50% थियरी है। तो बच्चे प्रैक्टिकल, पहले हमारी भारतीय सिस्टम ये है कि पहले प्रैक्टिकल करो, बाद में थियरी की बात करो, तो थियरी समझना बहुत इजी हो जाता है। तो इस प्रकार सभी ईयर वाइज बच्चों को क्लास के अनुसार अलग अलग बातें होगी। हायर एजुकेशन में होगा और सब्जेक्ट के अनुसार करना पड़ेगा, तो वो सबके लिए अलग अलग सोचना पड़ेगा।
मुझे लगता है कि नाउ एवरीबॉडी इज वेटिंग फॉर टू वाइंड अप दिस सेशन, है ना? अगर बहुत छोटा
मैं बस एक बात कहना चाह रही थी कि गुजरात में एक विश्वविद्यालय है जहाँ पे नेटल एंड प्रीनेटल स्टडीज पे काम हो रहा है। तो गर्भाधान और पुंसवन संस्कार जो 18 संस्कारों का हमारा जो देश है, जो पूरे मानव के शतायु को करता है, तो उसमें मुझे नहीं लगता कि इसकी शिक्षा की कोई आवश्यकता है। हम तो अभिमन्यु के देश के हैं। तो जब हम आगे हम यूजीसी का वर्केटी जी चर्चा कर रहे थे कि हमने लर्निंग आउटकम पे किया था, तो मैं भी उसमें थी। लेसन प्लान को हम कैसे करें, और हम शिक्षक हैं और मशाल हमारे ही हाथ में। कक्षा में हम कहेंगे इट इज अ हरक्यूलियन टास्क, तो हम में से कितने जानते हैं वो हरक्यूलस? मगर हम अविरत प्रयास करेंगे तो गंगा का अवतरण और इतिहास और भूगोल और भारत की परंपरा सब कक्षा में आ जाएगी। तो मुझे लगता है हमारे हाथ में मशाल है, दैट इज द आंसर ओनली। थैंक यू।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभी आदरणीय अतुल भाई जी का, मैडम शशिकला बंजारी जी का, प्रोफेसर श्रीनिवास वारखेड़ी जी का और प्रोफेसर कुमार मोलूग्राम जी का। बहुत अच्छा विस्तार पूर्वक ये सत्र बहुत फ्रूटफुल रहा और मैं समझता हूँ कि इसका आउटकम भी उतना ही अच्छा होगा। और बिकॉज क्योंकि ये AIU की है, सभी इंटेलेक्चुअल माइंड्स यहाँ पर हैं, तो मैडम पंकज जी से मैं अनुरोध करूँगा कि इसका आउटकम ऐसा बने कि कहीं जहाँ पॉलिसी डिसीजन मेकिंग है वहाँ इसको सबमिट किया जाए। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सर। इस सत्र के बाद मैं ये कहना चाहूँगी कि परंपरा केवल अतीत की धरोहर नहीं, बल्कि भविष्य का मार्गदर्शक भी है। Indeed, today's deliberations have reminded us that true progress lies not merely in innovation, but in harmoniously blending innovation with the timeless wisdom of our rich knowledge traditions. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers for their enlightening contribution and for sharing their expertise with such clarity and depth. Now we take this opportunity to honor the eminent guest speakers whose insights have enriched this session. To grace this occasion, may I humbly invite on stage the Honorable Chancellor of Dr. D.Y. Patel Vidyapeeth, Dr. P.D. Patel sir, onto the stage. I also invite the Honorable Secretary General, AIU, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal ma'am, to join the stage. Can we have a big round of applause as we have the felicitation? May I request Dr. P.D. Patel sir to felicitate Professor, the chair, session chair, Professor Sat Prakash Bansal, Vice Chancellor, Central University of Himachal Pradesh, who has steered the session so precisely. Now may I request Dr. B.D. Patel sir to felicitate Professor Shashikala Vansari, the Vice Chancellor, National Institute of Educational Planning and Administration, New Delhi. Thank you, Mithil ma'am. May I request Dr. B.D. Patil sir to felicitate Professor Srinivas Varkhedi, the Vice Chancellor, Central Sanskrit University, New Delhi. May I request Dr. B.D. Patil sir to felicitate Senior Professor Kumar Molugaram, Vice Chancellor, Osmania University, Hyderabad, Telangana. Thank you, sir. May I now request B.D. Patil sir to felicitate Dr. Atul Kothari, National Secretary, Shiksha Sanskriti, Uttan Nyas, New Delhi. Can we have a big round of applause? Thank you, dignitaries, for gracing the stage and making this moment special. Now, may I request the Vice Chancellors and other dignitaries to may proceed for the high tea towards the Vidyapeeth Terrace. As announced earlier, the dinner will be at your respective hotels. Tomorrow's entire day session will be at Dental College Auditorium on the 4th floor, followed by lunch at Vidyapeeth Terrace. All may join at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. I request all the Vice Chancellors to please proceed to the Vidyapeeth Terrace for the high tea. With this, we conclude the sessions, wishing everyone a pleasant and wonderful evening ahead.
I'll send the list of. Madam.